Hello there, my name is Bruce Rain from Brankus Creations, and anyone who says otherwise is a liar. I hope everyone is well today. This is perhaps not one of my better prepared live streams. Just a few seconds before I went live, this monitor that I'm using here, which is just a cheap little sort of 1080 monitor, the whole right quarter of it started mirroring what was on the left quarter. And flickering and stuff like that. And I established that it is the monitor and not the signal. So interesting things could be going on. I have a spare monitor up here, but I would rather not have to swap it over mid-live stream. My apologies to people that I didn't live stream last weekend. I have been unwell. You may or may not tell from my voice being a slightly lower pitch to normal that I have had the dreaded lurgy. I have had a nasty cold. No, it wasn't COVID. But based on what I've heard from some people about COVID, what I had was worse. So, it was fairly unpleasant sort of experience and lasted for quite some time. And anyhow, I'm feeling a lot better now, refreshed. I did release a little video last weekend. I don't know if anyone got to see it. It was pertaining to flux. And we'll probably talk a little bit about that during this live stream. In particular, if anyone has any questions or anything about that. I don't know if anyone got a chance to see it or has any interest in it. I actually have a delivery coming today of some flux, so it'll probably arrive while I'm in here live streaming, so that'll be interesting. Now, I would like to just quickly say hello to some folks here. I am going to say hello to Jay, hello to Nate, Vintage Hillbilly Shack, Steve is here, Joe is here, and CS Waffle is here, and I'm not quite sure how to pronounce your name. Is it Senan or Kenan or Chenan? I'm not sure. But however it is meant to be pronounced, imagine that's what I'm doing, because it is my intention to pronounce it correctly, but I just don't know what it is. Eric's Edge, hello. Jeremy is here. Patrick is here. Sorcerer Stan. Another Joe. Starbuck Tech. Jared Burma. And I think that's it for the moment. Just a little reminder to anyone out there who might be watching me for the first time, please jump into the chat and say hello. Always like to welcome newcomers to the live stream. Very informative video last week. Thank you. You're most welcome. It was a very weird sort of thing, and it caused quite a little stir. Just so the backstory for anyone who may have missed it, essentially I use flux for the soldering, very, very important part of soldering, in particular if you're going to be doing surface mount soldering. It's vital to have a good quality, what they refer to as a tacky flux, which is sort of like almost like a gel sort of material. John Mortz, hello. I have been using the same sort of flux for a really long time, but basically found out last week that what I thought I was actually using something completely different with a different label on it. So that is a situation which has caused a bit of an uproar. In particular, it's caused a bit of an uproar probably with Lewis Rossman viewers, because Lewis Rossman is one of the people who has recommended this flux a lot. And of course, this is something that will really only be impacting people who are buying their flux on Amazon, because anyone who's been buying it from a reseller will probably just keep getting the same product if you're buying it from someone like Rossman or that Northbridge Fix or whatever. But if you are someone who has been buying your flux on Amazon, your Amtech flux from Amazon, there is a possibility that you may end up getting the genuine product now, and you've been getting something mislabeled in the past. So yeah, well, because this is the interesting thing. Lewis Rossman buys his flux directly from Inventec. So he will just keep getting the same product because he's dealing directly with Inventec, and he will keep getting the same product from them. Where I got caught up was the fact that, because I'm in Australia, of course, I buy it from Amazon. It's much easier for me to buy it from Amazon, and I get Amazon gift cards, and so I can buy it from Amazon, and it doesn't really cost me sort of no out-of-pocket type expense. So I buy from Amazon, and it's the people who are buying from Amazon that really got caught out, in particular, getting a product that was different to what they were expecting. So Thomas Armstrong, hello, and Shady Robot. Just check here, make sure. Okay, so yes, a surprise stream. So it was my intention to last night go in and make a thumbnail and schedule this with lots of advance warning and all that sort of stuff. Didn't quite happen. I had my cousin pop around with a few computers that he wants me to look at and repair, or a couple of the computers he didn't ask me to repair, but they're ones of mine that I donated to him, and I knew they weren't working. I said, look, bring those with you as well, because I'll see if I can get those sorted out. But so he popped around, and of course, we sat there and chatted. He's my cousin. We chatted there for a few hours, and the time that I was going to spend prepping for today's stream got gobbled up doing that. So there you are. So, Will Jacobs, hello. Justin is here. Hello, Justin. How's that 2CI going, Justin? Are you having any success? The last I saw, you were sort of, you weren't getting much from it. And just my opinion, it's just my opinion. Don't, I'm not trying to make a change to your plan of attack, but I do not believe recapping that power supply is going to make any difference to the issue that you have there. So that's just my opinion. You take it or leave it. Rightio. So as I mentioned before, as I mentioned in the video title and the description, that we are going to be looking at a Mac Classic today. I've actually had quite a few. I've got a couple of things that I need to look at. We'll see how far I get through it. This board is curved. That's surely not the way it's meant to be. This here is a Classic 2. This was sent to me by someone. It has already been recapped, and it doesn't work. So if we get a chance to look at that one as well, we might too. But the one thing I do need to do with this, I just realised, I haven't put the serial number of this logic board into my system. And if I'm going to have logic boards floating around willy-nilly, I must have them entered into my system, because then I can look them up and find out who they belong to if they sort of get put to one side. So, edit, that's Mac Classic 2, this one is from Luke, and the logic board serial number is hard to read. Gosh, where are my glasses? Where are my glasses? Oh my goodness, where are my glasses? I might have to go get some glasses, because I know, resist the temptation to say on your face, because I know there are glasses on my face. That is established. I have my little clip-on glasses that add some magnification to my eyes, because I'm old. I think I can read this with my nude eyes. 11452 N3065B. There we go. That's enough. And edit. Job saved. There we go. That's locked in. So now this board can just float anywhere. I'll be able to identify it. So there we go. Now let's just have a quick look here. While I was doing that, I of course wasn't looking at the chat. PGT, hello. A good morning from WA. Hello there. So for anyone in the US who, I am assuming actually, it is morning, so yes, we would definitely be talking about WA as in Western Australia. So, so I'm in Sydney, which is on the very eastern edge of the country, and WA is the western end of the country, and WA is also the largest state in the country. It is bloody huge. It's like twice the size of Texas, something like that. Okay, so, where are we? Alex is here. Hello there. Okay, so I've just got to look back here to see whether Justin replied to my asking about the 2CI. Here we go. Yes, there it is. It's zipped past fairly quickly. No success. I just checked some pad-to-chip connections and they had continuity. Cool. Also, I don't think the power supply caps are contributing. However, it does need to be recapped. Yep, fair enough. Yep, no harm in doing it. All right. So, anyone else out there doing any electronics projects while I'm doing this? Is anyone going to be working away in the background while I'm doing this? I'm just curious to know, because I know that quite a few people do say to me, "Oh, I'm going to be doing this while you're recapping." I'm just moving things out of the way here so I have a bit of space. It would appear, just from looking around at some of this stuff, that I have had a pigeon trapped in here for a certain period of time. Sometimes I leave the door open and pigeons fly in here, because I've got my chicken feed just down there. It's all bagged up, but they still obviously get little skerricks of it or whatever. And I think at some stage the door might have been shut while there was still a pigeon in here. There's just a little bit of evidence to suggest that there might have been a pigeon flipping and flapping around here for a short period of time. Okay, so I just finished fixing an Apple III Plus, and now I'm working on an 8088 machine. Well, isn't that interesting? So the old Apple III, I've never even seen one. I mean, I've seen them on pictures. I've never touched one. I've never actually used one before. They're pretty rare in these parts. I mean, I do know people that have them, but I've never actually used one. So, interesting computer though, very interesting. I'll be wrestling Big Sur on a Core 2 Duo machine with 4 gigabytes of RAM and a spinner HDD. That is someone who is looking for punishment. Jay, you're a madman. At least put an SSD in it. Come on. I mean, are you going to try and put Big Sur on a spinner? Yeah, oh boy. Okay. Oh well. Something to do, I guess. Working on a PowerBook G4 BMS transplant project at the moment. I'm planning. Oops, scrolling up too fast. I'm planning on reselling a 17-inch PowerBook G4 battery with its existing BMS. Cool. That is excellent. Building S100 sound card. Awesome. How's the ultrasonic? Well. Yes, so I did spend a little bit more time on the ultrasonic video the other day. I'm just getting a lot of my B-roll all sorted out and everything. So the one thing that I did find when I sat down and started working on it the other day is I've still got heaps to do. I can't record any audio at the moment because my voice is... because I've had this nasty cold, and it won't match up with the audio that I've already recorded. So I don't want this video to be in a situation where, you know, sort of I'm talking and then all of a sudden my voice goes down into cold mode. So I can't actually record any of the, you know, I've got some parts that I need to record where I'll be standing here pointing at ultrasonic cleaners going, and I can't really do that until my voice gets back to normal. So that's the, that's holding some of it up, but there's still plenty to do. But yeah, there is still a lot to do. Enzo is here. Hello. Excuse me. Elemento is here as well. Hello. Still tinkering with those weird Micromac SE prototypes, trying to get video out on their graphics cards. Cool. I like that. That's a fun project. That is. Vertical sync issues. Okay. Oh, anyhow, look, we need to get moving because otherwise we won't get anything done. So it's going to be time to actually have a look at this classic. I have got a very, very messy desk today, and for that I apologise. I would have cleaned it if I'd had a bit more time, but one of the problems we've got is that the sort of northern hemisphere or western hemisphere, whatever, is in daylight savings. The people who are currently in summer or whatever it is it spring? Whenever, warmer. That part of the world. They are now in daylight savings, and here in Australia we have come out of daylight savings, so that pushes them, essentially it pushes us 2 hours apart. So whereas normally I would start a stream at midday and it would be 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the US, if I do a stream at midday now it's 10 in the US, so it's meaning that I have to stream earlier in the morning, and you know, it's just sort of, yeah, difficult. I've got lots of flux here. MG Chemicals, Chip Quick, Amtech, Chem Tools, Interflux, different Chip Quick, different Amtech. Yeah, so I have been doing a lot with flux lately. Hasn't that been fun? Right, anyhow. So, oh boy, I tell you what, I don't know if you guys are aware of it, but this whole pine scent thing, people talking about the pine scent on their flux. I gotta tell you, I've smelt a lot of fluxes and none of them smell like pine. Okay. Hello, Classic. Now, I can't remember if this one works or not. Should I switch it on? What do you reckon? Let's get a few. I'll tell you what. While you guys think about whether I should switch it on first.
Smash that like button.
Let's go here to a side view. Will this work? Yay, it works. Look at that. Side view working. Whee. A little bit better for this. Probably need to face the camera down a little bit. So let's see if I can do that here. Oh, sure. That will be difficult. I've got this really cool tripod head here now, which just makes it really easy for me to control this camera. Way easier than it used to be. Right. Oh, there we go. Good old Master Classic. It's in pretty good nick, this one. A couple little marks here that indicate to me that someone maybe tried to use a screwdriver or something to open this up at one stage. Little scuff on the side here. But ultimately, it's in pretty good condition. Don't risk it. Like it. Is Chip Quick okay? Not all Chip Quick is okay. This Chip Quick here, now this is a bad example. This one is very well past its use by date. It's not normally that color. It's normally a different color. This has the most offensive smell of any flux I've ever tried. It is awful. This one here, this is a relatively new one. This is called SMD 4300 TF10. This one here. This is quite a light color. I really like this stuff. It's got virtually no odor at all. You know, the comparison between this thing makes you gag. This one here, virtually no odor at all. But it's a bit pricey, or certainly is for me here in Australia. All right, okay. Let's just pull it apart, shall we? There's really no need to switch it on. I mean, if it works, we see a working Classic. If it doesn't work, well, we're recapping it anyway, so what's the point? All right, so let's get these screws out. I've got my ultra long Torx screwdriver here. It's not quite as long as the one that Dan from Canadian Computer Collector has. He manages to get one that is just extraordinary. Yeah, this one definitely gets the job done. Ironically, I didn't have one of these for a long time. I used to use a little screwdriver with an extender on it, and it used to do the job. But I tell you what, once I got this, it just made life so much easier. And I was just saying, why didn't you buy one of these years ago, you idiot? That's what I said to myself. I regularly insult myself. Now, let's see if I can find a little Ziploc baggie. Here's one to put these screws in. There we go. I really need to tidy up there. Up there needs to be tidied. Let's have a look, see if I'm missing anything here. Let's not hear that story. Okay, let me just write on this the job number. The job number on this one is View Jobs. This one belongs to John. John is a regular. I've recapped lots of stuff from him before. And this is job number 158. So let's just put that away. Just makes life a lot easier because, you know, I've got a messy desk. Everyone knows I've got a messy desk. I'm not going to try and hide the fact that I have a messy desk, but if you do have some order within that messiness, everything works out. Okay. And I will keep preaching that whether it's true or not. Bootcamp WiMac 2010 requires install from physical media. Won't accept just an ISO or USB stick. Yeah, I've read that. I've read that that is the case with Bootcamp. You actually have to have the real media. Steve Mac84 is apparently working on a PC today. What is that all about? Can someone explain to me why the man with Mac in his you know, sort of YouTube channel and email address and all those things, why he's working on a PC today? Disgraceful. That's the sort of thing we expect from people like Joe, not from Steve. Right. Now, I've got to open this up. Anyone who's not watched my videos before, I don't use any tools for this. I just use my great big puffy hands. So I put one hand here, get it nice and firm. I have enough, oh God, my fingernails are long today. I have enough fingernail poking out that I can actually just get in here and get a reasonable amount of, you know, purchase on the front. So, admittedly, my nails are ridiculously long today and I really should have cut them before doing this live stream, but that's another story. Okay, and then it's coming. Oh, geez, this one's stiffened. I haven't had one as stiff as that in a long time. Right, okay, off she comes. There we go. Put that there to trip me up later on. Okay, so here is our wee classic. Now, that's interesting. This is the second time this has happened. What? The board's already recapped. Okay, I am going to have to test this out. All right, here's a couple of things about this straight off the bat. It has no hard drive. None hard drive in there. No bracket. So this is possibly one of the original Mac Pluses, Mac Classics. For those who aren't aware, the Mac Classic was available in a non-hard drive version. And that was the sub $1,000 model. It was $995 or whatever US dollars. And it was 1 megabyte of RAM and no hard drive. Now this one has got the expansion in it, which I'm just going to whip out now for show and tell. So that's the expansion. It is not an Apple one, lifetime memory. So I've seen these ones before. The big difference between these ones and the genuine Apple ones, these ones use through-hole, sort of ICs, dip ICs, rather than surface mount. The Apple ones had surface mount chips on it. This one, the chips are actually socketed, which seems like overkill to me, but never mind. And then, of course, 2 RAM slots here for adding your extra 2. So the maximum amount of RAM you can have in a Mac Classic is 4 megabytes, 1 on board, 1 on this expansion, and then 2 1 megabyte sims to take you up to the 4. So we've got this one here. Now, I think it's important that I test this out because the fact that it has already been recapped means that I need to figure out what's going on with it. So this is what I get these days. I get other people's failed recaps. So I should probably go back and read what John said about this. Is Kai here? Hello, Kai. Must be pretty late where you are at the moment. A second HD D-less model. That is correct. Yeah, this is the last one I got, which is one that's actually mine, floating around somewhere here. It was hard driveless. So yeah, so this is the second time. I guess probably because they were more expensive in Australia. Maybe people in Australia were more likely to buy the cheaper one. 2 in the morning. Wow. There's some commitment. But it's a Mac Classic, eh? I mean, Kai cannot resist the pull of a Mac Classic. So let's switch him on and see what this guy does. Anything is possible, but as I say, given the fact that this has been sent to me and has already been recapped, suggests that there are going to be some problems. So, bang. No chime. Oh, that's interesting. What do you think about that? I've got a sneaking suspicion we might have some ROM issues here. I'm going to switch it off now, just on the off chance the ROMs have been put in incorrectly. Because if the ROMs have been put in incorrectly, if you leave them on, they get hot and they kill themselves. So, all right. What do we call that screen? We need to find a name for what that screen looked like so I can put it in my job ticketing system. Will we call that artifacts or something? I don't know. We'll take the RAM expansion out and test it again because this has got the cable for the hard drive, the power cable. No SCSI cable though. All right, so let's have another look here. And of course the analog board needs recapping on this anyway, so. The ROM could already be irreversibly dead. Yes, it could indeed. Oh, we got different kind of garble without the RAM connected. All right, well, that's enough inspection from that perspective. So now let's start looking at it good and proper. You know what I didn't do? I didn't check the output voltage. Yeah. And I should have done that, shouldn't I? Yes, I should have. We all know I should have. Yeah, where are we going? 28 people watching at the moment. Hello to you all. I see 19 likes, so I would respectfully request that anyone is watching, if you haven't done so already, can you please
smash that like button.
Right, now, straight off the bat, The RAM is correct. ROM, sorry. The ROM is correct. So I can just, like, straight off the bat tell you the ROM is in the right place. So let's just have a view up the top. We'll have a look at that. So there is, I've got to get a new camera up here. Really, this one is overkill. Anyhow, I mean, I know it's not the best camera, but this thing is, you know, I'm probably just better off with a webcam up there. Anyhow, so here's the board. As you can see, it has been, we know it's been recapped because it's got tantalum caps on it, not surface mount electrolytic. Got a little bendy over here on the reset button. There we go, that's better. No battery bombing, which is great. It's nice to see. It's pretty clean. I mean, I don't think it's been ultrasonically cleaned. I think it's been just cleaned with a toothbrush and some isopropyl alcohol. So I think we'll probably see a bit of gunk on it when we get it under the microscope, but let's just see what happens. Silent Eyes, hello. Yeah, I know, I'm wondering that now too, but I didn't test it, so all I can do is wonder. I would normally expect to see a checkerboard when the rails are low. That's what I would normally see. Where's the best place to obtain classic Macintosh machines in Australia? Luca, that isn't really... So here's what I would recommend to you. The most important thing to do is to probably get onto either some of the Facebook groups or onto, forums such as Tinker Different. If you haven't been there, tinkerdifferent.com. Jump on there, have a look. Tinker Different being a bit of a play on words on the whole Think Different thing. It's not just Mac that stuff though. It's all vintage tech and all that. If anyone there wants to put in a link to Tinker Different, please do. And in there is a section for kind of like classified type ads where you can sort of say looking for this or looking for that. You can, of course, jump onto eBay. You can put in a safe search and see when a classic comes up, but you'll probably end up paying top dollar for it. There are a lot of enthusiasts out there that like to sort of work with other enthusiasts. And so my general recommendation to people these days is if you're after a particular computer, jump onto a forum with other enthusiasts and say, hey, I'm after this. Can anyone help me out, you know, for a decent price? And you are much more likely to get a good price from another collector than you are from someone on eBay that thinks they've got a gold mine, you know. So, yeah. Dave is here, hello. Rudy is here, hello. So, check the ROM first. So, all right. Well, look, it is the easiest thing we can do. So let's just whip off the ROM, put in another known good ROM, and then we'll just see what happens. So here is a board. Anyone who may or may not recognize this, it is the wrong color for a classic board. And that is because this is one of the Reloaded boards. The Classic Reloaded, brought to you by Kai Robinson, who is in the chat. Now, this one is a little bit unique because it has all my repairs on it. You can see all these little trace wires here and here, and they're all over the place. They're everywhere. There are trace wires on this because this was essentially a prototype board that wasn't quite ready for you know, sort of final release, and I had to go in and do I did a few little repairs. I did some repairs along here. I did some repairs down here. A few little traces here. And a few little joins here and there and that. But it works beautifully. And it is very, very unique. And so this one will always remain with me until one day I'll end up putting it up on eBay and selling it for thousands of dollars because there are none like it. And I know everyone would be really keen for that. Now I need to get my little ROM puller here. I use a tool which is actually designed for removing pins from watch bands. But it's just a really strong little flat piece of stuff that I can just get in here underneath and give a little bit of a twist and just go from side to side. Sorry, my chicken's making a bit of noise at the moment. So, you know, that's that. So I get a cut of that. Yes, sure. There's definitely a percentage in that sale for you, Kai. No doubt about that. So here is the ROM. Suspected bad ROM. We will just put him to one side there. And we will get a known good ROM and we'll plonk that in. So there are four different ways you can put this ROM in. And only one is right. So what we have is the situation where this socket actually has more pins or more holes than there are pins in this chip. And this is why when I did this reloaded board, I actually made it so that there are 2 holes here which are vacant. I put a socket on here which is the actual size of the chip. So in this one, you can only put it in 2 different ways. This one, you can put it in 4 different ways, but only one way is correct. And it essentially needs to be up this edge. There is a little mark, but it's kind of covered on this one by the socket. But you essentially, the ROM goes in up that end, so you end up with 2 vacant holes on this side. And of course the dip here, there's a little, that's the indicator there for like where pin 1 is. That needs to line up with the dip here. Shut up! Sorry, I'm just yelling at the chickens. I think my wife's going to come down and try and tell it to shut up. Okay, so we've got that in, and let's see what happens this time. Now, I'll get my little extender Rooney thing. Just bear with me a second. So I think it's attached to another computer, so I have to find out which computer it's attached to. I'm just going around the corner here. Roosters may crow when they are hungry. This is true, however, I do not have any roosters. But I do have a hen, which I think, because it is an all-female environment, I have a hen which I think is kind of taking up the rooster role. And it's a bit of a pain, to be honest. I'm going to pull my shorts up. Don't want to be flashing. Won't be a second. I'm just moving over here to this part of the shed, and we're going to see if I can find where on earth my little extender thingy is. Does this look like an extender? No. Where is my extender? Nope, not there either. We may have to do it without an extender. Okay. All right. So let's get the logic board, what do you call this thing? Chassis. That's the word. It was definitely a chicken. Okay, so let's pop that in. I'm just going to have one other look. Where on earth could this extender be? Is it in a computer that I've taken inside? I have 2 of them. I generally have 2 of everything because I lose things all the time. Just going to have a quick look. Be back in a sec. Not going far. Still staying in voice range. No, not there. Shush. Okay, so here is the here is another project that I need to set myself for today. Is I need to find out where my little power extenders are that will allow me to actually test this board outside of the computer without having to put it in each time. Oh my goodness, that chicken. What is going on? I'll be right back. Josh! At the end of the day, these chickens are a little bit upset because it has been raining here in Sydney so much that it's pretty unpleasant for them on a day-to-day basis. They don't particularly like the rain. And we here in Sydney have had, well, what is it? It's the beginning of April, and we have had more than our average annual rainfall already. So we're a quarter of the way into the year, and we've had more than we would typically get in an entire year. So anyhow, chicken probably did eat the power extender. Right, okay, that's taken me way, way longer than it should have, and I blame the chickens. Let's now power this up, and this time we will actually, well, we'll see what it looks like, but we will actually check the voltage as well. Anyone who might want a video on how to check the voltage on these things, I have done that. It's in the featured videos on my channel. There we go. Oh, there's a dog howling. I bet you that's what the chicken's responding to. All right, ready? You live on a farm? No, it's not a farm. I just live in a residential property with chickens in the backyard. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Well, that was an easy fix, wasn't it? Dead ROM. I have bad news for the guy who owns this, because I don't have any spares. They're easy enough to copy, to replicate, if you have the right stuff for it, which I don't. So, well, that's a bit of a bummer. Did you make the ultrasonic cleaner video yet? Not yet. I'm still working on it. It's in progress. It's a very large project. I mentioned before that I have actually been working on it, you know, sort of, oh my God, this is driving me bananas. Just a second. I'll be back. Ooh. Ooh, that takes it out of you. Okay. Okay, so anyhow. Chickens can run really fast. All right, so I have to work out what I'm going to do about this one. I've got to get in touch with the owner, let them know that they've got a dud ROM chip on this, and we're going to need to get a replacement. Now, what I might do is investigating all the stuff. My friend Steve from Mac84, he has all the stuff, so he can potentially send me all the links for all the things that I need to buy. The little ROM programmers, the blank chips, the ones, those UV erasable ones. And I might then go in and make a new ROM chip. At the end of the day, it's something I should be providing, so I'll probably need to do that. But easy fix for this one. We'll give this an ultrasonic clean, but at least we know what it is. Now that one was very, very easy. So what I might do now instead is I might have a look at that classic 2 board that doesn't work and has been recapped, and we'll see if we can find a fault with that. And then of course we need to finish this off with recapping that analog board, because that needs to be done. Don't need to recap this one because this has been done. It started up again. I got it quiet for a little while, but it started making noise again. Whatever is bothering that chicken is still bothering that chicken. Okay, so that's good ROM. Good ROM, it's a very good ROM. I'm not having chicken for dinner tonight, but I'm feeling like I want to have chicken dinner tonight. So let's put that there. And let's get the old, all right, dead on this. Incidentally, one of the things that does destroy these ROMs is putting that ROM chip in the wrong way. And that's exactly what could have happened with this by accident. Are the chips... Keeps the brisket in shape. Yeah, no, I like the shape I'm in. I'm in the perfect shape. I'm in the Bruce shape. Right, so I'm just going to make a note of this in my thingy. I am going to say where am I going to put that? I'm going to say artifacts on screen. Home screen swapped with known good ROM tested. Okay. New ROM required. There we go. Let's add that in there so it's in. Okay, I'm just going to go try and shut up this chicken again. Just bear with me a minute. Back soon. Are we having fun yet? Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. You can use, oh okay, hang on. eBay. You can use this, All right, okay, cool. I will save that. Keith M, have I said hello to you? If not, hello. So, this one here, I'm going to put this to one side for the moment because I'm going to use the chassis of this known good one, known good analog board as in it's working. I'm going to use it for testing my Classic 2 here, which is not working. So we can see what's going on with this. So this is another customer. This one here, this is a Macintosh Classic 2 board. There are a few different types of Classic 2. This is the revision A, and that's I can tell that because it has 4 ROM chips. The later one has 2 ROM chips, and it has more caps on it. This one here has this little bit of caps there and those caps over there. And this one here, though it might look like a ROM expansion, is not. Sorry, RAM expansion. It is not. This was an expansion card that I don't think anyone ever made anything for. ROM FPU expansion slot. So actually someone did, a third-party company did make an FPU. That's floating point unit math coprocessor that you could slot into there. These were expandable up to 10 megabytes of RAM. That was their peak, that was their limit. And a lot of the time people refer to the Classic 2 as the replacement for the SE30, and it was not that. While it might have seemed like a replacement on paper with the same CPU speed, it was the 68030 CPU running at 16 megahertz. This it fell very short from replacing the SE30. 10 megabyte RAM limit, SE30 128 megabyte RAM limit. What else? No FPU on this one. FPU is standard on the SE30. So yeah, it's not, and if you run speed tests on them, the SE30 whips the butt of the Classic 2. Right. There's open source versions of the 68882 FPU card available for that slot now. Yes, that is excellent, excellent. I love hearing about that. That is so good. Now, having said that, I'd rather just have an SE30. Has anyone actually ever done anything on a Mac where they, other than a speed test, you know, like Has anyone ever done anything where they can definitely feel a measurable difference with an FPU in the computer? I'm just curious. Because people ask me all the time, it's like, you know, oh, what, will it be faster with the FPU? And it's like, well, yes, it'll be faster doing floating point calculations. So, as far as 68K max go, the SE30 is the most ideal choice. Well, 68K is very broad. So 68K includes an awful lot of computers. If we're talking about compact Macs, the ones like this with the screen incorporated inside, I would say the SE30 is probably the most desirable. So, right, let's plug this into the power. So this is a classic analog board, classic chassis. The Classic 2 logic board will work very happily in it. So if you happen to get hold of a Classic 2 logic board, you can stick it in your Classic and consider it an upgrade. So let's now jump to the side view here and we'll have a little look-see and see what we get with this one. So I've just plugged it into power, haven't plugged anything else in, and we'll just see what sort of funniness we get with this one. If it chimes, I'm just gonna give up and run away, because this is about fixing things. It's not about things that are, oh, my delivery has arrived. Okay, no chime. Not much of anything, really. All right, so we're not getting anything from this Classic 2 board, so let's go and have a look-see. Oh, I'd better go get that. They've rung the doorbell twice now. I'll be back. Whew, love getting videos, deliveries on a Sunday. Okay. Whew. What do we got inside here? Now, I can't show you everything that's in here because I've actually signed a non-disclosure agreement. And so I can't, you know, there will be trouble. But I can certainly show some of it. Oh, wow. There is a lot of flux in here. Okay, this is the important one, ASM flux. I can show you that one. Waiting, waiting, waiting. This is very exciting for me, so just letting you know. That's ASM. That's ASM. I go through a lot of flux, by the way. That's why I have so much. Oh, okay. Fancy code. That's the one I can't show you. This one I can show you. Right, okay, here we go. So this has all worked out rather well. So let's just whip this board out because we're part way through that. And we'll put that to one side. At least the chicken's starting to quieten down now. Hopefully no one killed it. Right, so just a little quick recap on what's been going on. I ordered some V2 flux. This is what I got. As you can see, it's quite dark and it doesn't glow under UV light. Let's get some UV light here. And you can see it's not glowing under that UV light. The plastic glows a little bit, so you do get some illumination there, but that's not really what we're after. So I then contacted them and they said, okay, that's because you've been getting ASM with a V2 label on it. but they said, would you like to try our new formula of ASM? And this stuff, this has actually got UV stuff on the label. That's so cool. That's so cool. I like it. Genuine, it says. Now this one here also does not glow in UV, but it is a lighter color and is a slightly different formula to the original V2. I'm going to be doing a video on this, so you know, don't worry about, you don't need to take notes or anything. This is ASM, and this does glow, and it's kind of hard to see, I appreciate, but this flux does actually glow if we hold these two next to each other. Oh no, the light's really not working. I can see it beautifully, so, but maybe not so much for you guys. It would work if I put some flux down on the table, you'll see it. So anyhow, this is, share this info with Lewis Rossman. Well, I have shared this with Lewis Rossman. It's not like I have a direct dial to him or something like that. I mean, I have posted some information on his Discord server, and we'll just see whether he has interest or not. I can tell you that this board, whoever worked on this board before, they were using ASM flux, because you can see that there's actually glowage on the board. So they were using the ASM flux for the work they were doing. Okay, so this is really what we have. This is the flux I like to use. It's the ASM, but I've been using it with a V2 label on it. This here is the original formula V2. I'm not a huge fan of this one, to be honest. There's nothing wrong with it, but it does have a fairly pungent smell. It's not as pungent as some, but it still does have a pungent smell. But it works very well as a flux. There's nothing wrong with it in that regard. This is the new Formula V2, which I have never tried. So this could be magical stuff, mystical, magical stuff. But anyhow, ASM, that is what I like to use. Right, let's have a look-see here and see what we can see. See if we can find a reason why this may not work. Now, of course, it could just be as simple as pulling the ROMs out. We've been there before. Let's just have a look here. See if I can find, I'm sure I have a classic 2 board floating around here somewhere. Here's one, no ROMs in it. No. Okay. I know I've got one in here somewhere, so let me just see if I can find it. Again, pull up the pants, don't want to be flashing for anyone. That's an SC30. That's an LC3. I have one here somewhere, I know it. Here we go, that looks like one. Yeah, look at that. And this one's even my one. I like that. I might turn this UV light off, otherwise I might get a suntan. Okay, can't be having that pasty white skin. That's my thing. Okay, can you stay in time for weekend recapping? That is good to hear, Keith. Have I said hello to you, Rick O'Neill? If I haven't, hello, Rick O'Neill. I can't see. Yeah, if we're talking about me trying to demonstrate the UV, I will find a way of demonstrating that a little bit better. It's because there's so much light in here. It's overpowering the UV glowage. I would need to switch some lights off. I'm not sure if I want to do that though. Weird things could happen. Is there an acceptable flux that isn't as expensive? Well, this is actually a really interesting thing that you point out, because in actual fact, Amtech flux is quite inexpensive. Now, there are way, way cheaper fluxes out there. There are things like this sort of stuff, which is like a Rosen flux. And it's just gunky stuff here, and it works like flux, and it's cheap and everything. But I would not recommend this if you're doing surface mount soldering. I would say to anyone that if you are going to be doing surface mount soldering, a decent tacky flux is it's what you have to do. One of the cheapest fluxes that I've tried was this one here by Chem Tools, and I don't rate it at all. MG Chemicals. Yeah. So this one smells very similar to the original Formula V2. Pine scent. This one. Oh, they all smell the same, actually. A lot of them do anyway. So Amtech is actually a relatively inexpensive flux as far as things go. For example, for me to buy this one in Australia, which is Chip Quick, you know, known brand, This costs like 35 Australian dollars to buy a tube of that, or $32 or something like that to buy it locally. Now that's very, very handy for me as an emergency. If I have problems with deliveries coming from overseas and I've run out of flux, I can go to the local shop and I can buy this. It's going to cost me more, but I know I can go and get it. Whereas in Turkey, these are like $17 US, something like that, for a little 10cc of that. So you rate Chipquick. I rate this one. I don't rate all of Chipquick. This one is SMD4300TF10. I rate that. And I would say that if you are only able to get Chipquick, then this is the one to get. Don't get the normal stuff, which is the, was it SMD491 or something? 791? Oh, it's hard to read. All right, let's see. So the first thing we're going to do with this is the same thing we did with the other. We'll swap out some known good ROMs with this, and we'll see whether the problem is ROM related. This is kind of weird because there are 4 ROM chips on this, but I don't know if you can see, but this one here, this third one along, is quite different to the others. Big chunky thing. So we just need to rule the ROMs out. We did it before, we do it again. I don't think it is the ROMs with this one. I truly don't. And I have a suspicion of what this is, and we'll investigate that in a moment. But I know that if I don't do the ROMs, someone in the chat will say, do the ROMs. And I will have no decent answer for them as to why I didn't do the ROMs. Other than I couldn't be bothered. Is 17 US dollars equal to 26.27? 26 to... I'm not sure what the exchange rate is at the moment. I think we're about 74 cents, something like that. So I would have to actually look it up. But I mean, if you just get onto Google and just do, 17 USD in AUD, I'm sure it'll be able to give you an idea of what that is. People may or may not be aware, but in the description of my videos, there are a bunch of affiliate links there. You can click on them and they take you to where you can buy products that I recommend. And these are affiliate links. So essentially, if you do end up buying something there, I get a very small percentage of it. Makes no difference to the cost for you. For you, the price is exactly the same as if you were buying it with or without an affiliate link. But for me, it just means I get a very small percentage. Now, because I'm in Australia, they don't pay that money out into my bank account. What they do is they credit me with Amazon gift cards. So what that means is that I buy things associated with the YouTube channel through Amazon using those gift cards. So the money that I am making from those affiliate links gets invested back into the channel. So if I'm buying things like flux or, soldering iron tips or whatever the case may be, I buy them on Amazon. And so from my perspective, they almost feel like they're free because I'm just using Amazon gift cards. I mean, yes, it could potentially be money that I would have in a bank account, but that's just explaining that's a situation as to why I would buy something like that from US Amazon. Yeah. Just transferring some ROMs here. Do your affiliate links benefit you if someone buys from non-Australian Amazon? So I do my affiliate links with the US Amazon. All of my affiliate links are Amazon.com, not .com.au, and that is basically because most people who are watching my channel are in the US. So to me, it's the most practical thing to do. I don't know if it makes any difference if someone goes to another country's Amazon. I don't know if that affiliate link passes along. I've never tested. But they're all set up with the US Amazon. That you explain the proper way to insert the plunger. Well, I don't use the plunger. So here's the thing. When I use my own plunger. This is a 3D printed one that I made. And I made this very specifically because it's designed to be a really snug fit in the edges so that it doesn't fall out. But it's not rubber, so it's not actually trapping air in there. The air can actually escape out the sides of this thing here. So I use my own 3D printed plunger. So I don't even know what the proper way to insert the plunger is. And they all vary. See this one here. This one's got a rubber plunger that just pushes down the middle of this thing here. It doesn't actually, it's not sealing on the outside of the syringe. So I wouldn't even know what the proper way to put in the plunger is because I don't use their plunger. Where was I? Ah, that's done. Cool, let's now try this out. I really wish I had my extender. I think I know where there's one, but it's inside the house. And to be honest, I have stopped this stream so many times today because of that stupid chicken that I really don't want to stop it anymore. I'd like to try and keep this going for a little bit of continuity. Oh, whoa, there goes the screen. Okay. Extender. Oh, this monitor looks like it's about to die. Just tossed out some chip quick. Yeah. It's all right. This display's only messing up on the area where all the chat is. Can't you choke that chicken? Well, I could if I could catch it, but they're very, very nimble. Very nimble. And it's very muddy down there. So if I went chasing after that chicken, I think I'd probably find my ass in the dirt, in the mud. Right, so we've now got some new ROMs on here. Well, we've got some known good ROMs. We're just going to see if that makes a difference. Again, if it chimes, I'll be pretty annoyed because I'd really like to be able to fix something today that isn't just swapping ROMs over. Oh, for Pete's sake. Or power extension cord, yeah. I have a little extender for extending the little power connector, so it means I can plug in the logic board externally instead of having to plug it in internally. Yeah, it was the ROMs again. How about that? This screen's really bothering me. It's really hard. Basically, everything on this side of the screen is fine. And then just this little, it's like about the right-hand third is flickering between what should be there and then mirroring this left quarter of the screen. And it is, it's really annoying because it's right where the chat is. Oh, you've got the the Mac Mini running the thing there of the software, the Big Sur. Any reason why, excuse me, you don't put Monterey on it there, Jay? All right, okay, so bad ROMs again. Now I've got to try and sort out how to replicate these ROMs. I may have a spare board floating around, so I might be able to just steal some ROMs from somewhere else. Stop it. It's making it very difficult. I'm going to have to put the chat somewhere else so I can read it. Oh, it stopped doing it now. Cool. All right, so, oh, far out. Right, here we go. There we go. I want to work on the monitor for the stream. To be honest, this monitor here, it's an old Samsung. It's, you know, I mean, it wasn't an expensive one. It never was. So I've got another monitor up there. I can't find the stand for it though. So it would have to kind of rest on the ground. I suppose I could maybe try and use this stand on it, but I don't think it'll work. It's one of those curvy ones, the wraparoundy ones, which I hate. But it was all I could get at the time. I needed a monitor. I needed an HDMI monitor in a hurry, and I just went to the shop and that was all they had. They had the bendy one, so I just grabbed the bendy one. But we have a few things that I need to address before I do my next live stream. I need to sort out the monitor situation in here. And you know what, I really should get a bigger monitor. I mean, I'm only using a 1080 in here. I could probably do with a few extra pixels for what I do down here. So I need to get the monitor situation sorted out down here, and I need to find my little power cable extender so that I can plug these boards in without having to have them inside the machine. It makes it much quicker and easier for testing. So let's just check and make sure. Oh, and I need to get my glasses down here as well, because I don't have my glasses and that makes it really hard for me to see stuff. I can use my big magnifier here. Got this little guy. So let's have a look. We've got, God, I can't read that. It's so dim. Might have to use the microscope for this. Okie dokie. Oh, wow, that is really hard to read. So that is 8410864 65 66 67. So nice sequential numbers. What have we got here? 65. I'll show you the microscope, even though there's not much to see here. Scope view. There we go. So 65. What? 64. They were in the wrong order. 64, 65, 66, 67. So they were in the computer in the wrong order. So it could be as simple as that. We'll see. I'm so glad you're not seeing what I'm seeing at the moment, because if you were, you'd be getting so annoyed having the screen doing this thing. I'm going to move the chat. I'm going to move the chat. Oh, where'd the thing go? Oh, that's right. It was in Safari, not Chrome. Let's quit Chrome. Quit. Hurry, quit Chrome. Ram hog. And let's get to Safari. There we go. Got that. Let's move him over there. Now I can read the chat. I just can't see what I'm doing. Okay. Need to clean up around the desk a bit, you said earlier. Yeah, I do need to clean up around the desk as well. Yeah, look, if I'm going to replace the monitor, that's going to have to happen, because I don't think I'll be able to get the monitor out with the mess here at the moment. I wonder if this will fix it. How cool would that be if it was just that the ROM chips were in the wrong place? That'd be kind of fun, wouldn't it? Picard. I missed the Picard reference. What happened? Did I say something Picardy? Earl Grey hot. Okay. I do actually drink Earl Grey hot. Okay, quick quiz for everyone out there. What citrus fruit flavour is in Earl Grey tea? Don't look it up. Only people who know the answer are allowed to answer. What citrus fruit flavour is in Earl Grey tea? Hey, I knew Kai would come quick with that one. Well done, sir. Right, so let's try this with the ROMs in the right place and see if it really is that easy. Yes, I know it should really be Bergamo because it's a French word and the T is silent. But, you know, part of what Australia does is, you know, insult foreign words. It's one of the things that we do. We don't do it intentionally. We're just lazy talkers, so we tend not to pronounce things correctly. Like, for instance, our word for a croissant is a croissant. Why did this person remove and reinsert the ROMs as part of the recap? Now, I don't know this, and I also don't know that that's what they did. They could have got this in this state. You've got to remember, a lot of people are acquiring these things all the time. And maybe the person who owned this before it stopped working, and they swapped the ROM. They pulled the ROMs out to see if that was the problem, and they put them back incorrectly. And then it fell into the hands of someone who knew that it would need to be recapped, but it was, but they didn't check the ROMs. So I will probably have to add that. I'm working on a video at the moment about problems with computers after they've been recapped. So in other words, my computer doesn't work, I recap it, it's been recapped, it still doesn't work. And I'm working on a video of a checklist of things that you should be going over. And I should probably include checking that the ROMs are in the right way, because it's not the case with all the computers, but certainly things like the Classic and the Classic 2, it's an issue. Now, I'm going to just put this under the microscope quickly, because this has been recapped. I want to check the other person's work, see that there isn't anything that might need some attention, that might be a problem in the long term. It definitely needs a clean in the ultrasonic, because I can see all the gunk on it. So we will demonstrate. We'll just quickly go to the top view, top view, top view, top view. Get that out of the way. And we will show the UV tracer on the flux. Whee! You can see it glowing there. And I can actually demonstrate that now. I'm going to get a few different types of flux. I'm going to put a blob here. This is Chip Quick. This is the Amtech V2 original formula. This is the Amtech V2 new formula. Oh, geez, I got a bit more there than I needed, considering I didn't actually need any. And this is the ASM. This is the stuff I like to use. And I'm going to probably squeeze a whole mass of this out as well. Whoa, way more than I needed there. Okay, so we've squeezed a whole bunch of fluxes here, and then I'm going to switch on the UV light, and you'll see what happens. Whee. Oh, now that's interesting. That one glowed, or glows a little. Or did I just get? Oh no, I see what happened. I got some across. I got them mixed up. They're contaminated. So anyhow, this second one from the left is actually a bit more of the one from the left. But as you can see, this one here has the UV tracer in it. You can see it all glowing there. And I'll switch the light off, and then it will stop glowing. Light. There we go. So, we've investigated, we've explored, we're enjoying all that stuff. Croy sandwich, I like that. Adam, hello, by the way. I don't think I said hello to you. Is it fixed yet? Yes, it is. There was nothing wrong with it. Bloody. I've got plenty of things to fix, so we'll find something, don't worry. Let's go to the scope view, and we'll just have a quick little look at this under the scope-a-ropey. Right, there we go. So, as the person's put the caps on there, look, the joints have probably got a little bit too much solder, but the job is not that bad. They've used these kind of cool flat caps. I like it. See the, let's get a little bit of ISO alcohol. Come on, ISO. There we go. I knew you want to come out eventually. Okay, 476. Yep, good. We've got the right caps on. We can see someone's done a little bit of a couple of trace repairs. Well, looks of it. They've got there's a damaged pad on this one. So the pad's gone there, and so this person's put a little wire in. This definitely looks like the Brankus method to me. And we've got another one going on here. So we've got a busted trace, and the person's run a little wire around there. But it, I mean, say what you want about it. It's clearly doing the job, so I'm not going to criticise. What have we got going on here? Just going to do a little bit of scrapey. Don't like the colour of this. Yeah, it's dark, but we've still got continuity, so everything's fine there. I'll clean that up a bit. It's not pretty, but it's still there. Did that board Steve and Joe worked on and then sent to Australia ever arrive? Well, it's in Australia. It is in Australia. I have been in touch with the person who currently has the board. They actually responded to me this morning, but I haven't had a chance to read it yet because I was running around getting the stream ready. So, yes, I'm hoping that I will get it soon. It has been in Australia for a long time, I should mention. It's just been in a different part of Australia. I'll just tidy this one up a little bit. This one's a little bit gluggy, and you can see why it's gluggy. It's because they had a lot of trouble getting to that one because of its location. What I'm going to do with this is I'm going to dump a stack of flux on it, and I'm going to use, what sort of soldering iron tip will I use, Jay? Just in case Jay is listening. He may not be, but Jay might be listening. If Jay is listening, what sort of tip do you reckon I should use to work on this one at a difficult angle like that? Jay would always, under these circumstances, recommend I use a conical tip. Because Jay is just mad about conical tips. I'm actually going to use some flux now. I've got no idea which one to use. Well, how about I use this one here? This is this Chip Quick I've never used before. So let's try it out, shall we? I like the colour of this one. It's nearly clear. That to me is a big plus. Okay. Anything but conical. So the main reason why I'm using this conical, as you can see, it means I can come in at this at an angle. This is a bent conical tip. So I can come in at this with an angle like this. There we go, like that. So now that joint looks a lot neater, and I managed to do it with only minimal melting of this plastic here. So that's looking good, nice. So I totally understand why the person had a bit of the struggle with that joint. That joint needs to be sorted ASAP. Sorted out stat. As you can see, it really doesn't look like it's made proper contact with that there. So this one here, again, we're using the Chip Quick. I won't be using much more of this Chip Quick, I think. But it's the amazing thing about this Chip Quick that I will say is it doesn't smell. I mean, it has virtually no odour. That's enough of this. Oh no, there it was. We got it. I was going to say that's enough of this stupid conical. There we go. Got to tell you, this Chip Quick is nice. Let's go and do some. I need one of these little things. I've got them up here. I'll try not to show everyone my address. There we go. Get one of these so that I don't end up spilling huge amounts of this stuff out. And so this is ASM. So this is the one that I like. And this is the one that I didn't get last time due to a misunderstanding. Yeah, see, this is one of the things about the ASM that's quite distinctive. Can you see all those little tiny bubbles inside it? That is very typical of the ASM flux. And this is also typical of the ASM flux, that it keeps coming out of the tip after you use it. Kind of frustrating. And it's got this kind of, there's a very particular viscosity of this, which is sort of how thick it is. I make a lot, I haven't got my fume extractor on. I make a lot of comments about the smells of fluxes and stuff like that. And you're not meant to be inhaling these. We should all be using fume extraction like I've just switched on now. But even with the fume extractor on, you will get whiffs of it. So if you're going to get a whiff, it may as well be a whiff of something that's pleasant rather than something that's disgusting. How funny would it be if it stopped working after I did all this touching up? Funny for you, not funny for me. Oops. This one is crooked. Whoop. This one is now not on the board anymore. Get off. At least that gives me an opportunity to put it on straight now. Tweezers. Alex is here. Hello, Alex. Okay. So I'm going to put this here. Whoopsie. All right, I'm going to have to clean this off. So I'm just going to get my wick. I don't want to use hot air with these tantalums because they make the case go brown, and I don't like the look of that. It doesn't hurt them, but I don't like the look of it, so we are going to do this with the iron and not with the hot air station. Okay. Now we get our little cap. It's a cute little cap here. And didn't really do a particularly good job, but never mind. Right. That'll do. That'll do. We don't need to go crazy. I've got to say, I'm still using this conical tip because I know there's going to probably be another part of this where I need it, but I'm really hating it. Okay, let's see if we can get this one off. Not all lead-free solders are created equally. Cheap lead-free solders give the actually good lead-free solders a bad name. Yeah, I guess that's probably the case. I mean, I do tend to use leaded solder because I do like the way it behaves. But having said that, I haven't used that many different brands of lead-free, so I could well have been using a cruddy one. Oh dear, that's no good. Let the tunes flow. So just a reminder to everyone, just in case anyone's not sure about this and they're concerned about fumes and stuff like that, when you're doing this sort of soldering, you are not really in danger of fumes from lead. Lead is not going to give off fumes at this temperature. What you have to have more concern about is through your skin. So the lead going through your skin and when you're holding the lead, or if you have been holding the lead and then you touch your eyes or put your hand in your mouth or something like that. So a really important thing when you are doing soldering is to wear gloves, which I'm not currently doing, and there's a very good reason why I'm not doing that. My box of gloves is empty. There is another full box upstairs. All I need to do is go and get it, but I always remember after the stream starts, not before. So it's very, very important that you wear some gloves when you're handling the lead and that you wash your hands after working with it. Very, very important things here, but you are not going to worry about, you don't need to worry about lead fumes. But you do need to worry about flux fumes because these fluxes, a lot of them do end up having in them fairly nasty chemicals, which are not designed for going into human lungs. Simple as that. Okay, let's just sort out a little bit of this ugliness here from the heat of the soldering iron. This is not from me, by the way. It is like this. But I do like to try and tidy this stuff up. Handling which lead? The lead in the solder. So this soldering iron that I'm using is a 6337 blend tin and lead. And so when you are holding the solder, you are holding lead in your hands. It's a bit messy. Just trying to neaten these up a little bit. You don't notice it as much when you're not looking at the under the microscope, but I just like to tidy these up a little bit with the blade. Just makes them look a little bit nicer. Just get nice sharp edges on things. Okay, that'll do. That's good enough for me. Okay, so I'm feeling pretty good about this now. We've got nice joints on all of the caps. We'll just check and make sure that it still works and I didn't break it. Stranger things have happened. And then we'll move on to whatever the next thing I'm going to move on to is. It's probably just bloody ROMs again. So just a quick little recap for anyone who hasn't been watching. I had a Macintosh Classic with the intention to recap it. Found out it had already been recapped. Then I ended up swapping the ROM out with a known good ROM, and that was the problem. It fixed it immediately. So we knew that it was basically the ROM, there was nothing else wrong with it. Then moved on to a Classic 2, also having problems. And I put the board in backwards. Oh, no wonder it was difficult. Then I really should actually allow you to see my silliness here. So I basically put the logic board in with the sockets, facing inwards. That's not really good. All the connectors inwards. Okay, so and then I got this Classic 2, also sent to me by a customer. I couldn't get it to work, and it had two of the ROMs in the wrong position. The 64 was in the spot of the 65. The 65 was in the spot of the 64. And that was all that was wrong with it. And then we've just tidied up some of the recapping, because this is not my recapping job, but I just wanted to make sure those joints were good, and they are now. And then we just want to make sure that I didn't accidentally break it while I was playing around with it. No, it's still working. Still got a chime. Ding, 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 ding. Ron to finish his video, then give it away. Yeah, so this just mentioning, this is from the Retro Repair Roundup channel. If anyone has not watched that, I think it is on every 2 weeks on... What day is it? Please remind me, Rudy. I think it's on Sunday, mine, so I think it's probably Saturday over there. I can't... Oh, or is it? No, I'm not sure anyhow. Someone will tell me. But anyhow, they are giving away a Macintosh SE. And that, to me, I reckon that's a pretty damn good prize. Like the SE. In my opinion, and it is only my opinion, I believe the Macintosh SE was the first really well-refined version of the compact Mac. So if we want to look at the 128K, the 512K, 512KE and Mac Plus, you see advancements in each of those. Obviously 128K didn't have anywhere enough RAM. Had a 400K floppy drive. The 512 still had the 400K floppy drive, but a bit more decent amount of RAM for the time. Then we had the 512KE, which was essentially the 512K but with an 800K floppy drive. And then we had the Macintosh Plus, and the Macintosh Plus added SCSI, which is really important. We can then have, you know, hard drives and stuff attached to it. But it didn't have an internal hard drive. Now the SE brought some really good things. One of the things it brought was an internal hard drive. You could buy it in two configurations. You could either buy it with 2 floppy drives or with a floppy drive and a hard drive. So you had an internal hard drive. So that's a really, really important step forward. But the one thing that the SE brought, which I thought was fantastic, was the power supply. And so that power supply, you didn't need to flick a switch or have different versions for different parts of the world. Whether you plugged in 110 volts or 240 volts, it was just a single power supply for the different parts of the world. So that was it's a good power supply too. In particular, one brand was better than the other. But anyhow, so the SE, in my opinion, was a really well-refined compact Mac. One of the complaints that people had about it was the fact that it had the tiny, weeny little black and white screen. And yes, it has that, and Apple kept going with that for quite some time. But it was, I think the SE is a really good computer. And so if I was saying to someone, you know, if someone was wanting to get into a bit of Mac collecting, I say, yeah, sure, 128K is great to have in your collection. They're very collectible, they're expensive and all that sort of stuff. But if you're wanting one to use for playing old games, the old black and white games, things like the one with the little paper aeroplane going up and down and all those sorts of things, or I mean, there are stacks of very entertaining games you can play on an old Mac like that. You can even play Civilization on an old black and white like that, or Warlords or something like that. If you want to, you know, sort of something like that, I'd say, you know, if you can get hold of an SC for real cheap, it's good Mac. Good Mac. Glider, that's the one. Can the SC be upgraded to the 68030? It can with an external upgrader. There were plenty around at the time. I mean, I even had a Macintosh Classic, which is a 68K that I had upgraded to an 030 with a Warp 030 card. So there were upgrade cards available for an SE that would take it up to 030. But that was the only way you could do it with a third party third-party thing. When it comes to, if your pockets are a little deeper and you're looking for a compact Mac, get an SE30 all the way, SE30. But you will need to recap it. A Macintosh SE, you can probably just buy one without any work being done to it and it'll just fire up. You might want to remove the battery from it, of course, but an SE is likely to not need any maintenance. And you might want to do some maintenance to it because it's old, but you could potentially just be using it without any maintenance. The Macintosh SE that I have here has had nothing done to it and it works beautifully. So does the SE have less max RAM than the SE30? Way less. The SE is much more like a Mac Plus or a Mac Classic in that regard. It has a 4 megabyte ceiling, whereas the SE30 has the 128 megabyte ceiling. But what you could, of course, do is just own all of them, like I do. Then you can just take your pick. All right, so this one here, RAM's in the wrong position, everything else fine, cleaned up a few joints, that one's good. So that's fine. Now, I've got two options for what I can do now. Three options for what I can do now. I can work on a floppy drive. Let's go. Let's see my pretty face here. I can work on a floppy drive, and we can do a restore on a floppy drive, replace the little eject cog, give it a little bit of a clean, that sort of stuff, pull it apart. So we can do a floppy drive, because that needs to be done to this. We can recap the analog board. That's got to come out and be recapped for this one here, so we can do that. The third option is I have a Macintosh 2SI, which doesn't work, and we can have a bit of a play around with that and see if we can try and get that one working. So I would like everyone who is watching to have a little think about that and maybe just put your vote into the chat. Floppy drive, analog board, 2SI. Floppy drive, analog board, 2SI. They're the three choices. Throw them at me, and then you guys can decide what I do next. 2SI, 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 1 for floppy, 4 for 2SI. Oh wow, that just went. 2SI, 2SI. I think 2SI's got it. Yeah. Okay, we've got one for analog. We've got one for SCSI enabled analog board. We've got, yeah, look, the 2SI definitely gets the win. So let's do the 2SI. I just need to find it. It's in here. I think this is it here. Wrapped in plastic. No, that's not it. Oh, excuse me just a minute while I go find this 2SI. It's not far, because I was working on it reasonably recently. So, and no, I'm not going to be working on the 2FX at the moment. Spoke to Kai today. He is sending me a 2FX board to work on. And I was telling him that was very well timed because I have been working on 2FX boards lately. There's a Mac 2. Ooh, that's a Quadra 840 AV. Sends a shiver down my spine. Ooh. I think the 2SI board might be put away. Oh no, here it is. Here it is. Righty. So, 2SI. 2SI definitely got all the votes there, so if you are unhappy with the outcome, you didn't vote hard enough. So, yeah, with two good, I bought two broken SE30s and ended up with two good boards. They always need recapping. Yeah, look, as far as I'm concerned, if you've got one, even with bad corrosion being caused by the capacitors, as long as it hasn't been battery damage, you've got a pretty good chance of getting it back. I've brought a few back from the brink with battery damage, but like the battery damage wasn't too bad. I had to do a couple of little, redo a couple of little connections from the ROM. So this is the 2SI that we have here. I'm just going to change to the top view so you can all have a look-see-whoopsie. This is it here. So here's a little power connector. They're quite distinctive about these power connectors, and that's the same power connector that you'll have on a 2CI. And you can actually use the same power supply to power it, but they don't fit in the box. The 2SI power supply and the CI power supply are very different shape. As usual, capacitors, these have all been replaced already, so this has been recapped, but this one is still dead. It's not giving me anything at all. So we want to see if we can undead it. Now, where are we with? So there's the fan. Is this one of those? Yeah, this is one of these stupid ones where you get the sound from these connectors on the bottom, which makes it really, really difficult for me, which is just annoying. So I'm going to have to solder some speaker wires to it. Right, so recapped, doesn't work. What do we do? Step number one, check your work. Always check your work. Have a look. This one isn't going to be ROMs because the ROMs are soldered on this one. That's the two there. So there are two ROMs soldered on there. Some known areas of problems with these little guys here, and that's probably what we're going to have a look at today. Yeah. So which one is the speaker? And which one is this speaker and LED? Which one is the LED and which one is the speaker? I've put solder on those two, so I wonder. I do have an SI case that I can bring down and we can test it in the case, but we'll see. I might end up going up and getting the case. SE30 required so many traces to be bodged. I just about went insane. Well, at least you got it working. That's the most important thing. Can you really use more than 32 megabytes of RAM on a 68K Mac? Well, yes, you can. You can. I mean, it might seem ridiculous and practical, but you can run Photoshop on a 68K Mac, and you can assign a huge amount of RAM to it, and it will make working on large images faster. So I've got 4 32s and I think 4 2s in mine. No, sorry, 4 16s. So that gives me 64 plus 8. So what is that, 72, something like that? That's how much I got in my SE30. I put 128 in it once, and it's just like, why? For what I do on it, there's really no need. So, step number one, after recapping, check your work. So let's go and have a look and check my work. So we've got a capacitor. Now I've very, very neatly done some UV mask on this one, so I feel pretty confident about this one. It's nice. Got a little bit of trace rot here, but it's not horrendous. I do believe everything is still making contact. There's some pretty ugly looking resistors. I'm sure they're still working, but we'll test them anyway. May end up replacing some of these really ugly ones. They've got ugly from corrosion being caused by, hey, what have I not done today? There's something that I haven't done today, which is really, really important for me to do. I've been too busy talking about flux. So, who out there is in the market for a multimeter? Maybe you have one and you're not happy with it. Maybe it's time to get a new one. So which multimeter do you think is good? In particular, if you're on a budget. Well, I'll tell you what I'd recommend. I'd recommend getting hold of a Kaiweets KM601. fully featured budget multimeter. There are links in the description if you'd like to buy one. So I highly recommend this one. And if you want to see a review on it, I've got one of those as well. You can check out my featured videos and see a review on this multimeter and see if it is the multimeter for you. Shill, 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 shill. Okay, so let's get the multimeter and let's put it into resistance, and we'll just test a couple of things here. So I'm going to just test this one here to see whether we're getting resistance across it, and yep, 2.2k, which is what it should be, and I think it's under what it should be, so let me just check. Just checking now. I've got to look this stuff up. What am I looking for? I'm looking for this one here. We are talking about... Yeah, so this one should be... 3,000 kilo ohms, which is what in this mega ohms, mega ohms, 3 mega ohms. So it's reading 2.8. That's all right. That's close. Okay, so those resistors, they look ugly, but they're working. We've got a few black spots on the traces, but they do not appear to be ones that would break continuity. So let's go back here and have a look. This stream isn't brought to me by PCBWay. Well, you're expecting all YouTubers will do PCBWay. Okay, these are a little bit ugly, but they're still continuous. This is the area that I am concerned about. What's going on there? Don't like the look of that. Cool. I am actually quite a fan of the 2SI. It cops a bit of flack because it was deliberately hindered in terms of its speed. They were going to release it as a 25 megahertz machine, and then they ended up releasing it as a 20 megahertz machine because they were still doing good sales of the 2CI. They didn't want the 2SI to take away from those 2CI sales. So when they brought out the 2SI, they brought it out as more of a budget machine. It had one PDS slot, which you could then get a converter to turn into a new bus slot. The 2SI could have been a desktop SE30, but they crippled it. Yes, it was definitely crippled, and as I say, that's one of the reasons why it cops a little bit of hate. But what we can say is good about it is, well, it was a lovely case. I love the design of the case of the 2SI. To me, it is a very, very pretty computer. And get some solder under these. These look pretty ugly, don't they? I had honestly forgotten how bad the traces are on this. Nope. Steve is back. Switch to 2SI, indeed. So, Steve, everything worked. Just letting you know, everything worked. So, my plan went. I was going to recap the analog board of the Classic, but I gave the viewers an opportunity to have their say as to what they wanted me to look at next. And they said 2SI, so this is where we are. We're working on 2SI. 2SI is a good choice. Yeah, it was unanimous, or almost unanimous. There were probably only one or two that voted for the other options that I gave. Pretty much everyone said 2SI. Now, what I'm going to need to do with this in a moment... Oh, geez, look at that ugliness. Wow. There's just got to be a busted trace here that I haven't found. It's cruddy enough for that. We've got to get some solder on these because these are just going to get worse. Okay, so basically this was a recap job. Recapped it, still doesn't work. Now I vaguely remember this one just suffers from the white screen of death. Anyone who's had a problematic SI before will probably be aware of the white screen of death. And basically you plug it on, you don't get any chime, you just get a white screen. That's all you get. It's a little bit like CMAC on the SE30, you know, it's a little bit like getting that pattern on the screen. You just get a white screen and nothing else. So yeah, we've got to try and narrow that down. I think I might even have a schematic for this, so we could even go down the boring path and trace stuff out. But I don't like doing that on live streams because it is so boring. It's the sort of stuff. It's the stuff that I save for when I'm just sitting in here by myself, and I can just sit here and go. But you know, when I'm on a live stream, it's a little bit dull for me to go in and do that. So I try to avoid that sort of diagnostic work. Let's have a look around the CPU here. That's looking... It doesn't look super flash, but it's still... It looks like it's okay. I was in the middle of checking my work, wasn't I? And then I just got sidetracked by bad traces. So that one is pointing in the right direction. That one is pointing in the right direction. That cap looks pretty bad. 1A4. Anyone know what that is? 1A4. Another 1A4. It's either one. It's either one. Like, it's a really small measurement from memory. I think it's like 1 microfarad or something like that. 2FX. Great Mac, that one. There's a demo 2CX I bought from the store when the 2CI came out. Cool. The first colour Mac that I bought was the Macintosh 2. Bought it in 1992, I think. Paid a pretty penny for it. And later on I got the ROM upgrade for it so that I could put high density floppy disks in it. High density floppy disk drive. Oh, that almost looks like a break there, doesn't it? All these spots. Don't like it. There's a critter on there. There's a critter on there, a little tiny critter. I don't imagine he's going to be too well because I'm about to put a fair bit of heat there. Look out, little critter. Shall we zoom in on him? That's as far as my scope goes, I'm afraid. One, two, three. He's only got 6 legs by the look of it. So it's not a tick or anything like that. Poor little fella. Okay. Michael Mullet is here. Hello there. And so is 50 Shades of Beige. Hello, hello, hello. And Felino Faccio. Is that right? Hola. Do 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 do. So once this copper gets exposed, it immediately starts to oxidize, which is not good for it, which is why I'm coating it in solder. I could, of course, or solder, depending on where you're from. I could, of course, coat it in UV mask, but I think under these circumstances where this is going to be an ongoing project, I think I'd probably prefer to have solder on these. Because once you get UV mask on, if you end up having to take that mask off again, it's a real pain, you know, if you're trying to do some work underneath it. So by doing this with the solder, I am protecting the copper underneath. It also helps to fill in any holes if I've got a, you know, a bit of an issue in there with the, you know, with a little break in there. That's fine. All right. I'm compelled to remove this here, this guy, this, what do you call it, oscillator, crystal oscillator, which is 31.3344 megahertz. The reason is it's got bad traces heading in from all sides. And, you know, there could be all sorts of ugliness underneath it. It's not as bad here with these ones. Incidentally, if you're ever interested in overclocking these, this is the one you need to replace. This oscillator is at 40 megahertz. If you put in a 50, you'll take this from a 20 megahertz machine to a 25 megahertz machine. This is something I have done. I keep a pretty good supply of replacement oscillators for these. What causes the 2SI white screen? I'd love to know that, mate. I believe it's something a little bit like the old CMA CMAC on the SE30. It's kind of like a, it's kind of like letting you know that there's something wrong without telling you what that thing is. All right, so let's see if we can get this oscillator off. Oscillators are notoriously difficult to remove because of the metal case. It sucks all the heat away. So it's really hard to desolder these. And a hair tip. Sometimes they're easier than others, sometimes they're harder than others. I'm hoping today will be an easy one. I may even end up using my fancy little needles for this. Bend. Bend, you thing, you. Bend. Okay. And... right. Yeah. Well, the one thing I like about the 2SI in particular is when you set the 2SI up with the 13-inch monitor, with the front of that monitor, the stand is the same shape as the front of the computer. It just looks so tidy. It's just a really nice little neat thing. You know, it's part of that sort of Apple design thing. You know, I mean, I realise that it's, you know, it's not really that important, but it is something that I like. Okay, so I need my smallest needle for this one. This is the solder needle here. It fits over that pin. And basically what we want to try and do is we want to try and push the solder out of the way. So I'm going to hit this with some hot air. And I want to try and get this needle down as far as I can. You may or may not be able to see it, but the board is actually reacting to the heat. A lot of these earlier boards, when you start heating them up, it kind of starts to separate the layers. It doesn't stop the board from working, it doesn't damage it. It just looks awful. I think we're as far as we're going to get with that one. Do. So, did we manage to push that out of the way much? Let's see if we can pop this out. Out you come! There we go. Okay, so we got a decent way through there. We'll see. That one looks like it's almost coming out. Oh, look at that. Oh, and he's out. That one was one of the easiest oscillators I have ever removed. I think I need to go buy a lottery ticket. Right, let's see what it's like underneath it. It's pretty scungy, but it's not too bad. The beep, 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 beep. That's my multimeter saying, I want to go to sleep. So we'll clean this up and then we'll pop the oscillator back on. And everyone will be happy. We will bring world peace. A new bus adapter has an FPU socket on it. Yeah, yep, I've got one of those as well. I think I've actually got one behind me somewhere. One that I repaired. Is it here? Wah. Or it might be up in the office. Yeah, I had one of those floating around that I had to repair. Because they have a cap on them. One single solitary little surface mount electrolytic cap. And it's enough to do some pretty major damage if left unrecapped. So let that be a warning to other people out there. Be vigilant. Okay, well the trace is okay. It's dirty and we've cleaned it, but you know, it's all right. I am missing a lot of the chat. The chat at the moment is kind of moving at a pace that I'm struggling to keep up with. So just a reminder to people that if you need to ask me a question or speak to me specifically, if I don't respond straight away, it's because I may well have missed the comment. And not to freak out, you can try doing the @Brankus Creations thingy at the front. That might help me see it. You know that I'll always respond to a super chat. You know that. You all know that. Okay. So, let's put this back on. Yes, there was actually a network card for the 2SI that had an FPU on it as well. That was always handy. Kill two birds with one stone. Get your FPI and get your Ethernet capability. Just straightening up these pins a little before I put this oscillator back on. It had very bent pins when it was originally put in, because some people who will remain nameless, Joe, bend pins when they're soldering them, soldering their components onto a board. Some people do that. Okay. Right, let's see if I can get this oscillator back on. Just keeping an eye on the chat here. I think I am missing things. Yeah, that's not a bad tactic there. I have done something similar in the past. Adam, there we go. All right. So this is the oscillator going back onto the board after we've just cleaned up underneath it a little. No, I'm not putting any UV mask on there. I've just used solder because there's nothing that's going to come in contact with that. The traces are protected by the solder. New. Anyone seen any good movies lately? God, it helps if you actually solder the right thing. This is what happens when I don't have my glasses. Okay. Oh, geez, that's a lot of solder on the end there. I watched Marvel's The Eternals the other day. Yeah, I was thinking about watching that one. I can't stand that Angelina Jolie, so that sort of really puts it in the yucky bin for me to start off with. But having said that, I do like some of the Marvel flicks. So, well, I like a lot of the Marvel flicks, I should say. So I'm sort of, I am happy to give it a try. I saw the new Spider-Man one. That was kind of good. Right, so what I'm actually going to do now, I'm going to look to try and test this. I think the easiest thing to do would be to grab the chassis, the original, the 2SI chassis, and that's up in the house. So I need to go up and grab that. Need to get a new battery for my screen. Let's get a few things together before we start. I need a power supply. Here's the cable. Here's the cable. So we're going to use this for the display, which is right there. Let's go to top view. There, like that. Then this will connect to my little tiny screen, but my little tiny screen has a flat battery, so I've got to go get a new battery for that. What else do we need? Does this have any onboard RAM? Yes, it does. Here, a little bit. So we can start it without any RAM chips in it. Its ROM is soldered on the board, so we don't need that. I have got a power supply here, somewhere. Not that one. Maybe this one. Yes, this is the one. So, just to quickly explain, this is an ATX power supply. So it's your good old-fashioned PC ATX power supply. I have rigged this up. Does this one have a switch here? This one even has a power switch on it. How cool is that? I have rigged this up with the right sort of connector. This is taken off a dead 2SI that I got ages ago. And that I can just place straight into here, like that. Only goes in one way. And then I can just power this up from that. Now, this power supply bypasses the startup circuit. So the moment I switch this on, it will be like pressing the power button on the keyboard. And it's a very deliberate thing. I do it that way because the startup circuit can sometimes be an issue with these. This bypasses that startup circuit. So if it works with this power supply, but doesn't work with the normal power supply, I know I've isolated the problem is in the startup circuit. So I rewatched Firefly and the 2-hour movie. Too bad it's not still on. I would agree with that. I can't ever see that thing getting made again, in particular with all the claims that are being made against, both Joss Whedon for bullying on set, and even Nathan Fillion had some bullying claims made against him as well. So yeah, I'm not sure. We'll see. But yeah, the original Firefly, great TV series. Really good stuff. Good combination of good stories, action, and humour. Okay. So just a reminder to everyone, I'm just going to give this quick little plug here to the Retro Repair Roundup. If someone here wants to put a link into the YouTube channel, they are giving away a Macintosh SE. So, you know, if you want an SE, don't miss out. All right, I'm going to go and get the chassis. I'm going to go out and get the battery for the screen. Actually, I'll get the screen first, so we can at least get as much prep done as possible. Then when I come down with the chassis, we'll all be good to go. I'm going to make the screen... Oh, actually, I'm not using that one, so there we go. Wait. How do I do this? Oh, that's right. Sorry, I forgot how to do this. Glad you're not looking through this camera because it's wobbling. There we go. So this is my little screen that I use for all my testing. Anyone who's watched my streams before will have seen the screen before. It's this guy. A remarkable little screen. The range of resolutions this will support for such a tiny little screen is astonishing. This one supports more resolutions than some of my bigger screens that I've got inside. So anyhow, good monitor. All right, I'm going to do my be right back thing, and I will come back armed with a 2SI. Down, 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 down. Right. Okay, we've got a screen, we've got some power, we've got the power supply. Now we just need to put this in a chassis. Now the only reason we need to put it in the chassis is so that we can hear if it chimes. Do we need to hear if it chimes? Probably the screen output's the most important thing. So let's just fire it up like this first. Let's shall. Okay. Now like that. And we'll just see what it does now. And we'll potentially stick it in the chassis later on. So, connecting up some power. Power. You've had a working 840 AV. There are very few and far between of those. All right, so let's see what happens when I switch this on. We're getting a great big pile of nothing. I am going to just check and see if we're getting power through the board. Is that even working? Yeah, the fan's spinning, so there's power coming out of it. So one nice and easy way to check and see if we've got power coming through the board is to just check here. That's the fan. And so that should be outputting, I think, 12 volts. So we'll just check and see whether we're getting any power through there. Deep DC volts. And we'll go bim. Yep, 12 volts. So we're good. We're actually getting power running through the board, so that's all nice. But we're not getting any video. Now, have I got this on the wrong settings? This is on a sync on green, which should still work. Should still work. It is my belief. Right, let's just try and get this sound thing sorted, because I really would like to hear if it does anything, whether it makes like a sad Mac chime or something like that. Boom, boom. What was the computer that did that really funny one? That, you know, boom, boom, boom. That was one of the later ones that was at sad Mac chime. I'm sure someone in the chat here will know the answer to that. Which one made a really funny noise? I will just quickly check and see that this adapter does work with the video, because here's my working 2SI. When I say working, let's put that in inverted commas for now. Connect that up. It has a tendency to restart itself. And I will address it one day, but I'm fixing other people's boards. So I fix other people's boards and then I fix my own. Oh, okay. Bruce wins the dumbass award for today. I've got it on the wrong frickin' source. I had it on an HDMI because I was using it for HDMI. Okay. Okay. That's right. So, that's all right. Now we can go back and try the other board again. I think I took the hard drive out of this one. I think it had pretty sure it had a SCSI 2SD in it. I think I took it out for using in something else. I think. We'll see. A very, really important thing about the 2SI, if you have one, the 2SI does not have termination power. So if you're going to use a SCSI 2SD or a blue SCSI or anything else for that matter that is going to draw power from the SCSI termination, you will need to use external power. You'll need to use the Molex or use a Molex to Berg adapter depending on what you're using on there, because it doesn't have termination power. Why the 2SI doesn't, I couldn't tell you, but it doesn't. It doesn't. Right, so now we're going to try this again and see if it does what I think it's going to do, but I don't know for certain going to do. Plug in and on. Yeah. So immediately we get a green light, which means it's getting a signal, getting a white screen. So we bring up a white screen, but we're not getting any further than that. If it was working, we would start off with this white screen, then it would clear to the, what do you call it, the, what's the word for the screen? It's the pattern screen, which it has like a white pixel and a black pixel, white pixel, black pixel, which creates that grey effect. So you would end up with that, and you'd also end up with a mouse cursor. So what that means is we're not getting past a certain point in the process of the ROMs. The ROMs go through a series of steps, and we are getting to this stage, and we're not getting past it. So it is failing a test somewhere along the line with the ROMs. So, as I say, this is, in my opinion, this is the 2SI equivalent to a CMOS CMAC. That it gets to this point, doesn't go any further, and it is not a specific issue, I don't think. It is really, it is an indication that there is a problem without actually knowing what that problem is. Now, what is the most likely problem on this computer? It is a broken trace somewhere, because this has quite a lot of trace ugliness. But, so we're probably going to just have to keep hunting and looking and searching and finding, and see if we can find, maybe a lead, some sort of lead on this. We can, of course, go down the path of getting out the oscilloscope and maybe checking a few of the chips to see whether they're getting sort of fired up. But to be honest, given the state of this board, I think we will find probably some trace damage somewhere. I had a discussion with someone recently. Something smells good. Someone's cooking something out there and it's making me damn hungry. Is the screen going to round corners? Kai, it is not going to round corners. We are not getting to that stage. So it is stopping before that. Now, I had someone recently, and I've had this problem before with another 2SI that I had. The person I spoke to had exactly the same symptoms, and the problem turned out to be over here with these ALS 245 chips. And he said that there was some ugliness around here. He took these chips off, resoldered them on, and got the problem sorted. Now, here's the thing. We've just got a lot of ugliness in terms of traces here. I would be worried about there being, you know, sort of trace breaks in some of these areas around where, you know, sort of we've got this corrosion happening. And, you know, we've got some here that are quite near ROMs. And so that's never a good sign. We don't like corrosion near ROMs. Yeah. All of these have been scraped by me and found to still have copper there, so that's why they look like that. Something not being initialized, yeah. So what I think the most likely problem is that there is a trace break underneath an IC. So we've got all these ICs here, and then we've got all these traces sticking around the outside, but a lot of these have traces running underneath them as well. Oh, someone just gave me a super chat. Listen, what model monitor is that LCD you just used? That is, I will tell you, it is, oh God, that's covered. It's a BSY708-M. I can even put it under the microscope for you. Maybe. There we go. Can almost read it. BSY708M. Now this is a brand called Best View, I believe. And this is actually sold, this is not sold as a small, you know, computer screen or something like that. It's sold as a field monitor. So the idea is that it comes with a mounting bracket for mounting onto the shoe of a video camera. So this is designed, and what I bought it for, it's designed as a monitor for a video camera. So you attach it onto your video camera and you get a much better view than the teeny weeny little viewfinder on a camera. And I use it all the time, in particular when I'm pre-recording videos. I attach this to my main camera up here, so when I'm talking I can glance up and see how it looks, see that I'm in frame and all that sort of stuff. It has HDMI input, it has AV input, and it has VGA input. And it is incredibly versatile. The other day I was working with a G3 blue and white Mac, and I was booting into OS 9, and I had my screen out there, and it immediately just flicked over into a resolution that the monitor didn't support, and so I couldn't do anything. I couldn't change the resolution. Even zapping the PRAM did nothing. This little monitor here supported the resolution, so I was able to plug this in, be able to see the screen, change the resolution to something that the other monitor supported, and then switch back again. So it's a fantastic little monitor, but they're not cheap. I should mention that this is not a budget monitor, because they are designed as a piece of videographer professional kit, so they're a bit pricey, but very, very, very good. And for me, it's been one of the handiest things I've ever purchased. So I digress. Thank you very much for the super chat, and I hope that has helped you out there, Justin, in case you are on the lookout for one. Blue and white, yeah, I hear you. Must have a Rominator. I do have a Rominator. You want me to start up with the Rominator? Let's do that then. Satisfy everyone's curiosity. I'm pretty sure I've done it before, but we will do it. We will do it. Where's the jumper? There it is, W1. Okay, so, excuse me while I kiss the sky. Where is the ROM? I've even got, what do you reckon that is? That's a ROM from something. It's a ROM from something. Not sure what though. It would probably work on this because a lot of those ROMs are interchangeable. Where's my Rominator? It's here. I mean, this is this whole dirty desk thing that I was talking about before. I normally keep the Rominator up here. If it is not up here, it's because it's in a computer. And that is always a possibility. Oh, hang on. I bet you it's on one of these Mac 2s. Let me just check. I mean 2FXs. That's a 2. That's not a 2FX. That's a 2 as well. Come on, I know I've got 2FXs here somewhere. That's a 2FX. That doesn't have the ROM in it. Where's the other 2FX? I know there's a second one floating around somewhere. To FX. Where are you? I think I found it. Now, does it have the Rominator? Yes, there it is. A little bit like a lost board found in the ultrasonic. This is the lost ROM found in the... there's no ROM slot. Oh no, here it is. Sorry, freaked me out there for a minute. It's like there's no ROM slot on the thing. Yes, there is. Need a jumper. Okay, oops, I'll grab 2. I don't need 2, 1's enough. So, what we have here is the Rominator. There, big mess of wires. And then over here we have a little jumper. And if I put a jumper on that, this will tell this computer, just ouch, start up from that. Nice 2SI board there. That wouldn't be mine, is it? Yes, it would be. And the more you watch, the more tears will come from your eyes as you see the trace corrosion. But we are determined to get this working. Okay, so right, so I don't even know if someone was asking if this is what I should do. I just saw Rominator pop up in the chat, and I thought maybe someone has suggested I should try booting this with a Rominator, which I am going to do now, whether people asked for it or not. Chat's going by a little bit quick, so I am missing it. Just a reminder to everyone.
Smash that like button.
So yes, this is Max's 2SI. I did a whole stack of boards for Max recently, and I managed to send them all back with one missing, so that was good of me. Which was an LC, I think, from memory, was it not, Max? Which it's up there all ready to go. But what I would really like to do is I'd really like to be able to send that board back with this one working as well. So we are now just trying it with a different ROM. I don't expect the results to be different, but you know what? Expect the unexpected. So connecting up some power and bang. All right, we immediately get the video signal coming through. We've got our white screen, and we'll just give it a minute. What we would mention before, what we would expect next is we see the corners get rounded, and we see the grey pattern appear on there. That shows it's getting to the next stage in that ROM booting process, and it's not doing that. Just stuck on the white screen. So this is where we are. So that was a fun little exercise with the Rominator, but it has not changed anything. Okay. Let's put that to one side for now as we continue. Ow, hurt my shoulder yesterday. Nasty. Okay, Rominator can go back to where he's supposed to be. That's the Rominator spot. There. Are you using a VGA converter thing? Yes, I am. It is this one. This one. This, in my opinion, is the best one to get if you ever have if one of these comes up cheap, grab it. The one with the 2 rows of dip switches. If you can't find this one, get the one with the 10 dip switches. Don't go for anyone that has a single row of 8 or a single row of 6 or whatever. Get one either that has the row of 10, the single row of 10, or the one with the 2 rows. But these ones here getting pretty hard to find these days. This is the best one. This one will support way more resolutions than the other ones will. Okay. Remove the jumper. Yes, remove the jumper. Thank you for reminding me that. All right. So, having a look now in the microscope view, and we'll just sort of point out a few little things here. So we've got these, you know, these ones here that I've scraped free. These are ones that they had clear sort of damage on them, and I've just cleared a lot of that black stuff off. See, when you look at one like this, you see our little black dot there. That is basically a sign of corrosion, and I can tell with that one there that it's not. It hasn't eaten through the copper, so that one would still be running electricity through it, but it is corrosion nonetheless. So I'll just scrape that little bit of black off. I don't know if I will end up scraping every single piece of black off this. I mean, I should in theory, yes, but it does take a lot of time, and then there is that whole time is money thing. Sorry. So what I'm wanting to look out for, oh, there's a little critter. Hello. Oh, I think it's dead. Yeah, it's long gone. So I'm looking for anything that might look like a trace break, in particular around the RAM. That would be where I'd sort of most likely be worried, around this sort of region around here. Or around these little guys, these little, who's a whatsies? We might have a look at this at an angle. Sometimes the angle view gives us a little bit of an indication of what's going on. When a trace, see, look at that one, that's nasty. That sort of stuff's got to be cleaned up, otherwise that will just get worse. So when you basically have a trace that turns into a pad, there's usually a little dip, a little tiny dip at that point where the trace becomes a pad. And sometimes corrosion gets into that dip. See, if I go in here, you could see the dip if I go in nice and close. You can see the dip there. Now, sometimes that dip is so bad that you won't, that it will no longer be conductive. We'll just check this one now. Getting a beep on that one, but you can see how easy it could potentially be for that to corrode through at that joining point and end up not being conductive. And that's one of the real weak points on some of these boards, and that's one of the things I'll sort of be looking out for. But one of the things the main thing I'm looking for at the moment is corrosion around an IC that might indicate that corrosion continues underneath the IC. And so therefore we might need to take the IC off and see if there's any corrosion underneath it. So even this VSLI chip here, got a bit of gunk there, but I don't think it's conductive gunk. You know, some of these joints here don't look too crash hot. Oh, I got a super chat from Max. Better pop that up on the screen just like that. Thank you very much. Still dead. Yeah. The 2SI is actually remarkably finicky. I got three 2SI boards, I think. Yeah, I got 3 2SIs from someone. And one was in pretty good condition, one was in horrendous condition, and one was in half decent condition. And I got the good one working, great. The dead one didn't even bother. It was battery bombed. I mean, it was a parts machine, basically. And the third one, I got it working, and then it stopped working. And I went in trying to sort it out. You know, spent ages on it. Now this is a long time ago. I should add. This is you know, sort of. I know a lot more about these machines now than I did then, but I didn't manage to get that second one working. It's now been raided. I probably could go back and get that one working now, but it has been raided for parts. So. Oh, piffle. Oh, I dropped my UV mask. I better put that back because I don't want to lose that. Okay, let's get some flux, shall we? Which flux to use? I don't know. I've got so many fluxes here at the moment. Let's do this one. So we've got some corrosion around here as well. I forgot where I was. Let's pretend I was here. See, there's some... Oh, look at what's going on around here. I wonder if I should take the battery holder off. Because we've got corrosion essentially on both sides of the battery holder. So to me, it seems like a fairly prudent measure to lift that up and see what's going on underneath it. So that's what we're going to do. Bottom right, 2 chips, because the issues you experience sometimes. Bottom right, 2 chips. Are you talking about the 2 ROMs? These ones? The ROM chips, that one there, and that one there. We've already established that it's not related to the ROM, because we tried a different ROM. Or are you talking about these ones down here, the 2 PAL chips on the very far bottom? These guys. These ones have got a fair bit of corrosion around them, there's no doubt about that. So I'll probably lift those off and have a look underneath them. But I am going to take this battery socket off because, as I say, I've got corrosion on both sides of it. So we do need to look under it. So let's have a look here. So we will definitely have a look at those PAL chips after we've done this. And we'll see whether they are a problem. Because there is definitely some ugliness around them. These pins for the battery holders, they've actually got little prongs on them. They're designed to jam themselves in the hole, which makes them rather difficult to remove because you're fighting against the actual thing being jammed in there as well as any residual solder that might be floating around. Michael's workshop is the Rominator, known to work in the 2SI with ROMs that are already on board. There's a jumper on the board that you can switch between the two. Just near the power connector. And it's labelled W1. And you can... God, that is on there. You can... put a jumper on there and that will make the computer look to the socket rather than the onboard ROMs. Ow, burny fingers. Ow, burny fingers, fingers burning. Ow. Ow. Boot sequence that Kai linked. Oh, good on you, Kai, for linking a boot sequence. It seems that the first thing that could fail and won't sad Mac is a failure to initialize quick draw. Quick draw McGraw. Well, we're going to just keep looking around at this stage. Okay, I've just I think this has cooled down enough. There we go. God, that was on there. That was on there. Okay, the battery socket has been removed. And as usual, yeah, it's clean as a whistle under there. So it was ugly on either side, but fine inside. So, but, got to do it. Got to do it. Because if you don't know, you don't know. Just going to clean up around here a little. Oh, it's good to have my old flux back. I do like it. Failed address line to the RBV will cause quick draw, not true. Quick draw. All right. Where's the RBV? You know, another thing I could do with this, of course, is get the old infrared out and do some observages, see if any parts of the board are getting hot or not getting hot. At the end of the day, I know what the problem is. I just need to find it. I know that there is something not connected up at the moment. I have no reason to believe that there are actually any damaged components on this, though it is possible. I just believe that we have got a trace break somewhere and we need to fix it. I've got so much to clean up here. We'll worry about that once we get it working, eh? I really don't want to have to take that PDS connector off. Can you imagine? Can you imagine having to do that? Right, so let's go down here and have a look at these, because we did see some ugliness around here. Look! It's another rectangular PLCC chip. Don't see them very often. Right, I'm going to whip this guy off and just have a look under it. We are RAM-based video. Well, you have to tell me what I'm supposed to be looking for. I don't know where the RAM-based video is. Oh, a RAM-based video. Okay. So that would actually completely and totally fit in with what happened with someone else. So someone else, I think if you were probably here when I said this, Kai, but there was someone else on Facebook that had exactly the same symptom as this, and I have as well, and he resoldered these chips here, which is the ALS 245, which are here connected to the RAM chips. And so there are 4 of them here, and he resoldered these and said that fixed the problem. Giant chip on the top. There are heaps of giant chips on the top. Yeah, I'm gonna stick to one thing at a time at the moment, because I'm getting all pulled in every direction, which is fine. I do appreciate all the input. But I really do want to clean up around this chip, because it's ugly and it needs to be done. So there we go. Oh, that one. Yeah. Oh, well, there's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chips that say VLSI. But there is the biggest one. I see that one up the top. That one is really clean. There's really not that much in the way of corrosion around this one. Could be an issue, you know, with the joins around here. But, oh yeah, look at that, RBV. It's even labelled RBV. Well, you guys could have just told me that. Well, that doesn't look too crash hot. Let's have a look at that. We might be onto something here, friends. Look at that. Okay, so this is what happens when we work together. Who do I have to thank? I have to thank Jake. Definitely need to thank Jake. And of course, I need to thank Kai for pointing me in that direction. So, yeah, that's a killer. Now, I'm going to clean that up in a minute, but I just want to demonstrate straight off the bat that I think that is breaking continuity there. So that's coming out of there, going along there, and then going to there. So let's get the beepity beep machine out. Have I mentioned Kai Wheat's KM601 digital multimeter? All right, let's test. If this goes beep, I'll be pretty annoyed. It goes beep. What about this one? It goes beep. What about this one? Oh. Okay, so as bad as they look, we still have continuity there, but we've got to clean them up anyway. So, how about thanking Jay just for being here? Yep, as bad as they were, they're still getting continuity. But it is going to make me start looking around here a little bit closer. So we thought that was it. I was hoping that was it. That's not it. But we will have a bit more of a close inspection around this area, because we could be seeing these little dips here with the trace that we sometimes get. So we will hunt around. Now let's get that all cleaned up first. I like flux. Jay has helped me many times with computer repairs. I often set up, I come down here and I work on mainly the new ones, of course. He's not a whole lot of help with these really old ones, but I set up here with the on, you know, like a Zoom or a sort of Skype type chat type thing, and he checks out on the schematic, and we sort of offer suggestions of what we might do to fix something, and he's very, very helpful, extremely helpful. Right, so we were hoping that that break was our smoking gun, but it's not quite. But it is still worth investigating around here. I haven't gone to that length, one bit fever dreams. I have definitely gone to some fairly tedious lengths when it comes to trying to repair things. I haven't gone to the point of testing every trace. I have gone to the point where I will test every pin coming out of an IC like this one. Just inspecting. I am actually going to just test it out again, because even though we had continuity on that particular trace, it was in such horrendous condition that I think we owe it to ourselves to test it out. As you can see, we've got trace rot pretty much everywhere. It's the under the chips that I worry about. Let's see. Alright, sorry, just catching up on the chat. Look, so we're just going to quickly do a test here. We do not expect there to be any difference, but we just want to see if that cleaning up of those ugly traces has made a difference. I have one of the things that I do like to try and do as much as possible, it's one of the kind of recommendations I give to people when they're doing computer repairs, is try not to do too many things between tests. Because otherwise you'll end up in a situation where you quite simply have no idea what it was that fixed the problem. You go in and you fix this, and you go in and fix that, or you do this, you do that, and you don't do any tests. You come back and you find that it's working, and you think, well, which one actually fixed it? So I recommend, you know, fairly regular testing throughout. So that's what we're doing here. I'm just going to switch it on. Okay, we get the green light on the screen as we would expect. Then we get our white. Still white. Just give it a few more seconds. This would just be normally, I guess, doing probably a RAM test before we would get the thing. So it was worth a try, as I say, with that trace being so bad. You know, it could have just not been allowing enough electricity through, but we're still, so, but it was certainly worth a try. Certainly worth a try. Okay, so we've all established now that Adam and Jay are very clever. So I'm glad we got that out of the way. Let us continue having our little hunt on the board. These are the sound chips, by the way. 2 of them, left and right. Oh, microscope view. These are the sound chips here, by the way, left and right. That's those there. Same sound chip you'll find on the Macintosh Portable and on the Macintosh Classic. They are interchangeable, so just so you know. They're quite unusual because they're shaped like a rectangle. One of the things I'm sort of wanting to do is hone in on areas of the board that have a larger amount of corrosion, and then potentially look to see if there's any evidence that that corrosion might continue underneath an IC. Shall we do an angled view? That's one of the things I always like to do. Practice creations. Could be faulty 245s or faulty RAM on the board. What do you reckon? I've got spare 245s I can swap over. Should I do one at a time? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to look at the RAM chip at an angle first. To see if any of the pins look like they might be cracked or not connecting properly. They look nice. A little bit crusty around here, but I still believe we have got a good connection. Nice. It's very nice. I'm looking. Scope time. Poor Kai. It's got to be like 3 in the morning or something there. It's very handy to have Kai along when you're doing these sorts of diagnostics. His delicious brain. So, I am going to, here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. 4:38 a.m. Goodness me. I hope you haven't got anything challenging on tomorrow. 6% the way through disassembling the Macintosh SC ROM from hexadecimal to 68K assembly. That's what you were talking about in the Tinker Different Discord chat. I saw you posting stuff, and I was like, what's going on here? Okay. All right. Well, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go through and I'm going to replace these. I'm going to remove and then replace these ALS 245 chips. Now, the only rationale that I'm going to put behind that is the fact that that was what was stopping someone else's board from working with exactly the same symptom. So it seems to me a logical place for us to go next. So I'm just going to get one of my 2SI donors. And I'm going to knock something over while I do it. Sorry, I set myself a bit of a booby trap there. Let's unbooby. Okay, 2SI, 2SI, 2SI. There we go. You could stay there. I think, yeah, that's stable. Okay, let's get a 2SI board. That's not a 2SI. That's not a 2SI. That is a 2SI. There's almost nothing on it, except for those chips. Are they good enough for me to salvage? Maybe not. Let's see if we can find a better one. That's not a 2SI. That's not a 2SI. I know I have a better one. If worst comes to worst, I will just use this one. But I need to find a better way of storing these donor boards. Ouch. Ouch. Prickly. This suggests to me that the other 2SI is over here somewhere. It means I've been working on it lately. Ooh. Oh, let's try this. Wow. I've got about 15 minutes till the coffee I've had makes me crash. No worries. Well, we will... there's a certain limit to how long I can do this for as well, to be honest. I do need to stop and have some lunch at some stage. These chips look terrible. I've got to find my better 2SI board. I did have it out for something recently. I was rating it for something. I was whipping some caps off it or something. So it's not too far away. I just need to find it. So just talk amongst yourselves. Just give me a moment here while I relocate this 2SI board. It may of course be where I was looking before and I just didn't look hard enough. I am going to get some better storage in here. The biggest issue I have is storage of boards. And of course the best way to store them is kind of vertically, like in a toast rack type situation. And I do have that here, but that filled up really, really quickly. And so I need something bigger. I do. Okay, hunting for the other 2SI board. Not there, not there, not there, not there. Shush. If anyone ever wants to watch Steve from Mac 84 get really angry, you've got to watch his live streams when he's using his multimeter. Every time that thing goes to sleep and bips at him, he gets really triggered. It's fun to watch. Oh, what's in that box? Stuff. Oh, that's there. Found that. I was wondering where that got to. All right. Ah. Classic, classic, color classic, color classic, something else, some sort of power PC thing. It's an LC2. That's, oh, that's fancy. What is it? It looks in really good condition. Looks like a 630 or something. I wonder what's wrong with it. It looks in really good nick. Maybe someone just gave it to me. So it's a spare. That happens. That's an 04. Oh, that's a 610. Okay, well, I've established that it definitely is not here. Oh, I do apologise, folks. This is just about the most boring live stream I've ever done because I'm not even on camera, hunting for logic boards. Because I know that it's out because I was using it and I didn't put it back, and that's a bad habit and I'm very naughty. All right. Well, I think I have tested your patience enough. So let's see if we can salvage one of these chips off this board here, as ugly as they are. I am going to take this one. Yes, at least the chickens are being quiet. Off to bed. Thank you for joining Eric's Edge. I do apologise we didn't really... Well, we kind of did have some conclusions, didn't we? It's just there was nothing particularly wrong with them. That was the Classic and the Classic 2. We got them working. They just weren't really broken. There you go. This one's actually not as bad as I thought it was. It looks nasty, but it's not. Rudy's off. Rudy off as well. Bye, Rudy. All right. Let's continue. Let's just clean this chip up a little bit using my special patented method of cleaning upness. I'm going to use different flux for this one. I'm going to use this original formula V2 because this is sort of like, I'll use quite a lot of this. Oh, it's heating up. The iron went cold. Strike while the iron is cold. Oh wow, that stuff stinks. How are we doing here? Adam, labeling things, yeah. That's something that I'm still... my labeling performance is sketchy at best. I tell you who is the label master, Jay from the House of Moth. The guy labels everything. It's pretty damn impressive, actually. Yes, I saw that you streamed today, Adam, but I missed it, unfortunately, because I was asleep. All right, that'll do. That chip is now good to go. Let's, so basically what I'm going to do is 7245 bus transceiver. There we go. Good old bus transceiver. Now, obviously, as we take these off, we'll also be having a look underneath to see whether we've got any trace damage under one of these chips. I don't really have anything plastic in this region, so I don't really need any sort of heat shield. Okay, first one off. A little bit of cleaning here. People still with me here? Are people dropping off? You'll let me know if it gets boring, won't you? As usual with this sort of stuff, put new solder on, wick it off, then we start with fresh pads. It might seem weird to stick solder on where your sole intention is to just remove it again, but it's part of the cleaning process. Some of these have got these nasty dips, so we might do some continuity tests here. Oh God, that smells. You know, it's so tempting to use the different fluxes. You know, like for what I'm doing here, it's like I don't need necessarily the best flux for what I'm doing right now. But you still got to smell the stuff. All right, let's get all the little beepity beep machine out and we'll see if we have continuity on all these. Because you'll see the little lines that I was referring to before. These little dips where the trace meets the pad. And they can sometimes be a source of unhappiness. Beepity beep mode. Okay. So even though some of these streams never get boring. Well, that is lovely of you to say. I'm not sure how I believe it, but how much I believe it, but I thank you for saying so. So even though some of these little dips look like they could be potentially stopping electron flow, they are still working. So we're good. 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 Long way around. In one. Let's get some flux that doesn't stink. This was one that doesn't stink. I'm going to use a bit of this. I have used 4 fluxes during this live stream so far. And that has a lot to do with the fact that I have about 8 different tubes of flux within arm's reach at the moment. I've just been reaching down and grabbing whatever. It is a quality digital multimeter I have here. It's a fantastic little unit. I should just mention that it has all sorts of features. What sort of features and functions does it have? Oh my gosh, look, would you ever expect all that from such an inexpensive multimeter? I don't know how it's even possible. Have you ever imagined having one of these in your workshop? You don't have to imagine. Go grab one. You could be the envy of every other person out there if you have one of these. This is the stinky stuff. Stinky, stinky. Right. I can't remember who it was, but someone who bought one of these, they got one in a blue case instead of a black one. It's like, wow. Clean that fella up. How's it look now? Oh, he looks good. He looks good. So just going to blow a little bit of hot air here to dry it out. Isopropyl alcohol is not as conductive as water, but it is conductive. So, you know, you can generally have a bit of isopropyl alcohol on a board and it might work fine or it might not. So, but it's a good idea to dry it up. Running away for a minute, be right back. No problem at all, Joe. No pressure. No one's under any pressure. Now, where do I put the chip that I took off? Because I'm going to be using that. So essentially the way that I'm going to do this is, rather than replacing all the chips, people might not like me doing it this way, but rather than replacing all the chips, I take the top one off and I put a new one there. Then I replace the next one down with the one I took off the first one. Because in theory, if it's working, if it's still not working, you've established that the fault wasn't that first one. So I can put that first one down on the next one, and then on the next one, and then on the next one, move it down that way. So each time I'm replacing one with the one from before. Anything interesting under the chip? Nope. Nope. There was nothing interesting under the chip. It was actually pretty clean under there. I did clean up around it, but yeah. It's if it works now, it will be a miracle, but of course, you know, miracles do happen with computer repair. I have a different name for it, depending on what mood I'm in, is what I call it. You can call it a Merlin repair or a wizard repair. And that's basically where you just open a computer up, a Gandalf repair. You open your computer up and you kind of wave your hands around a little bit and then you put it back together again and it works. You go, oh, I just did a Merlin repair. All right, there's that. Here's this. Oh, I had the switch on. Okay, so we've got our white screen. You can't see that because we've got the wrong camera view. And we're still white screening, so we're going to keep working our way down. Wizard repairs are bunk. Yes, I know someone in the chat who is well aware of wizard repairs. He did that with... What was it, Jay? Was it a CD-ROM drive or something like that? Or a zip drive? Or I can't remember. All right, so still not working. So we continue. This is what we do. I won't go forever. At a certain point, as I say, I will have to stop because I do need to eat something. But, oh yeah, I do need to stop pretty soon, actually. Well, so we'll do these 4 chips, and if we're still not happy, we'll have to then come back to this another time. But we can be content knowing that we have done, I don't know, what, it's going to be near 3 hours or something, isn't it? Something like that. 3 hours, over 3 hours, 3 hours and 14 minutes so far. Gosh. Next one down. UF5. Get someone wizard repair. What have we got here? A super sticker. So what is an RON? Can someone tell me what an RON is? I thank you very much for that, by the way. I do appreciate the super sticker, so thank you very much for that. But I'm not sure what the RON is. I'm sure someone out there will know their currencies well enough to know what a RON is. There we go. Okay, Romanian Lu. Okay, cool. Do I have a how-to on that PSU? No, I don't. But I tell you what, it's not actually that difficult. And I'll just explain very quickly about that. With the difficult part of making a power supply, like an ATX power supply for a Mac, is getting it so that the soft power still works. But I have deliberately made these so that they bypass the soft power, because for me it's better from a diagnostics perspective. And so when you're doing that, it's actually relatively straightforward. You just get an ATX power supply, you wire up, as long as you have a wiring diagram of this connector, which I found somewhere on the interwebs, but it's something that I could definitely put onto my YouTube channel. So you've basically got here, you've got a bit of 12 volt, 5 volt. This one has 3.3 as well, don't need that. Minus 12 volt, plus 5. I'm pretty sure the minus 12 is in here. So, yeah, and then you just wire this up. There's one connector that you don't even need, one wire that you don't even need, and away you go. Of course, you need to have the plug, and it helps to have the little Molex connectory things you need in order to crimp the wires on and everything like that. But yeah, I probably should do a video like that, because I've got one for my Mac 2 as well. So I've got one that works with the Mac 2 2X 2FX. Yeah, we should play a game. I'll put the flux down and you have to guess which flux it is I'm using. What are going on these days? There are a lot of recommendations that flux needs to be stored refrigerated to stay good. This is not the case, at least for the Antec flux. I do wonder though, Jay, whether if you were in a predicament whereby, let's just say for example, you bought some flux and you found it was really close to its use-by date, but you weren't going to get an opportunity to use it for a while. Could you potentially prolong the life of that flux by storing it in the refrigerator until you are ready to use it? That is a question, not a statement, but I'm just curious that although yes, they don't need to be stored in a refrigerator, will they last longer in a refrigerator? I'll tell you what should be stored in a refrigerator, I believe, and that is what do you call that? So, solder paste. Anyone who's not aware of solder paste, it's basically little bits of solder suspended in some flux. The little bits of solder, they're tiny, weeny little balls. And so you end up with something which is essentially like a sort of solder flux mix. And you can then use it for, it's used probably predominantly in BGA, ball grid array type soldering. I've seen people use it for other types of soldering, but I find it a little bit hard to use for other stuff. All right, so nothing particularly ugly underneath this one, so I'm not overly concerned there. We will just do a quick little beepity beep test on some of those, but I am not on microscope view, so I'm an idiot. So let's go. Yeah, just check. All I'm really testing for at the moment, this one really doesn't look as bad as the other one. This one actually looks really good. All I'm really testing for is to make sure that I have continuity past that little line where the trace joins the trace becomes a pad. It's just that spot there. Okay, so we're going to grab this little guy. Need some flux. Can I test the logic chips I removed? Probably. I guess I would probably need to have like a spec sheet on these so I know what pin is what. I think I might even have a schematic for the 2SI, I'm not sure. You know, what I'm doing here I feel like is an exercise in futility. That's what it feels like. Basically taking chips on and sticking them on again or whatever, you know, I mean, even though, yes, I'm swapping them out. It is only because of someone on Facebook that had the same problem, did what I'm doing, resoldered the ALS245 chips and got the thing working. Now, as I say, I feel at the moment like I'm just not doing anything. So, but I just sort of feel that I need to do it. I owe it to humanity. I burned my thumb before when I was removing the battery holder. And it's not badly burned or anything like that, but when other heat gets close to it, like the soldering iron or whatnot, it really hurts. Okay, now I've got to test again, don't I? Because if you don't test regularly, you never know what it was that fixed it. So we're going to try that one now. Fiddly, I know. Pain in the ass, I know. But we must be getting used to it by now. Power supply. Power supply. Switch off. Should just keep this plugged in, shouldn't I? Save myself one step in this process. Beep, 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 beep. Believe in me. Oh, thank you. It's nice to be believed in. Like Santa Claus. Okay. White screen. Still a white screen. So the moment we're looking for, the trigger that we want is we want to see the corners appear, the little black corners appear. And once we see that, we will then dance around with joy. I'm not a very good dancer though. Check the ROMs. I have checked the ROMs. The PALs. Yeah, I will check the PALs. The PALs are on my list as well. The PALs are next, I promise you. I promise you, I promise you, I promise you. PAL next, promise. As to whether it will be in this live stream, I'm not really sure. We'll see. But it is what's next. Because there is a little bit of ugliness around the PALs. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we find an ugly trace maybe underneath one of them. So we're now on to the third one. I thought it might have been a bad trace, but it's just a bit of gunk. Bit of gunk. There's a little dark spot here. That's just gunk. Oh, I'm not in microscope view again. Heat mat. All right, okay, I promise you this. After I've finished doing the work on these 4 chips, we'll pull out the infrared, okay? Okay. But I will say that these, what do you call them, these PALs, they do get hot normally, I think, from memory. So we would have to compare it to a working board, which I have. I'd love to have a mini fridge in here, but I don't have room for it. I do have a fridge over in that shed there. That shed is only a hop, skip and a jump away. That's where I keep all the wine. No glasses down here though, so I have to bring a glass down if I want to drink wine while I'm working. Which I keep getting encouraged to do by the Macyak people after the live stream that I did on Mike's channel. Mike went to bed and there was Dana was there and he was just on voice, and Jay was there and me. As I say, Mike had started the stream but he went to bed, and we kept going and we just basically talked about nothing, and I had a few glasses of wine, just a couple, not many. And that ended up being a rather amusing little live stream. Whoops, gunk. I thought it was amusing anyway. I'm sure others don't. At one stage, I was accused of sounding like Biden, the way I was talking. And I don't think it was meant in a complimentary way. So when I'm doing chips like this, I try and get the chip as straight as I can. Then I generally solder down one pin. That's sort of like the tack. Whoops, that I stuffed up. I tack it on. And then I get the positioning right. I tack on a second one, like that. So now it's tacked on. And now I will do the other pins. If you solder too many pins at once and you got it on crooked, it becomes really hard to straighten it up. You've got to get the hot air out. If you just do a little tack, if you've got it in the wrong position, it's really easy to just remove it again. All right, here's another one. You can never have too many fridges. I'm just going to go out and say it. You can never have too many fridges. I have a huge freezer in that shed and a little bar fridge, and then we've got the main fridge up in the house. And they're always full. All of them are always full. Alrighty. Alrighty. Switch him on. Top view. One of the things I really like having a big freezer is that opportunity that if you happen to be somewhere and there's a special on something, like a special on some meat or something like that, you just grab it and stick it in the freezer for another time. Okay, we are now down to the last of the little chips, the little AL271514. I'll get in trouble if I stay here too much longer because I did promise someone else I would make lunch for them as well. I'm using a heat shield for this one because I've got a bit of plastic nearby I don't want to melt. Oh wow, whichever flux I use there smells nice under hot air. It's got to be the ASM. It's got to be the nice ASM flux from Amtech. That's got to be one of the most pleasant smelling fluxes I've ever used. You know, I've said it before and I'll say it again, you're not meant to be sniffing this stuff, but even with a fume extractor, you will end up smelling it. So you may as well smell something pleasant. One of the things that I've been noticing when I've been whipping off these chips is they really don't look too bad. You know, we don't have any massive areas of corrosion. The pads look quite nice. The traces coming out of the pads look quite nice. So I think this has been, you know, a waste of time. I mean, in the sense that it hasn't fixed it. It's not a waste of time in that we have had an opportunity. You know, we could have just been asking ourselves forever whether this was the problem. This is one way of actually establishing it was not the problem. Do they really smell that bad? Some do. This one of these chip quicks, it reeks. I mean, it reeks when that stuff gets hot under the soldering iron. The stink is just awful. This is nice. Because now that I've got all this flux, I'm going to have to do a video on it all. So I'm going to write a script and all that stuff. I can't release it until they tell me I can release it, because I am doing some special stuff, but I can't tell you what I'm doing. Okay, let us go. A bit cramped in here. I'll tell you what I have to say about crypto, because I see it's popping up in the chat here. Well, I totally recognise it as a way for some people to make money. It's a high risk, and with any sort of high risk, the rewards can be high, but the risk is high, and that's just how it works. And I am not a high risk person. I would rather go with a low risk, lower return option. And that's just how I am. I don't consider myself a gambling man, other than buying an occasional lottery ticket. I am not someone who uses poker machines at all. They just bore me senseless. And so, yeah, that's just how I feel about it. So, if someone wants to do it, that's fine. It's up to you. But yeah, it ain't my thing. Okay, switching it on again. We have now done all 4 of the the AL5245, whatever they're called. Who's the fudges? We are definitely getting some heat on the PAL chips. I just sort of want to let everyone know that. Let's just quickly grab the fleur and we'll have a little look-see. But as I mentioned, these two chips do get hot. I'm used to that. Where's the fleur? Hey, it's even in the packet. Have you been asked to recap a pokey? No, but I did have someone ask me if I would work on a pinball machine. And I said, look, there are specialists doing that. I really would not feel comfortable doing that. Someone's just sent me a photo. Ooh, Max. Okay, so there's something really important. Max, if you're watching, Max sent me a photo of a 2FX board with some damage. And I can tell you that one of the chips that is clearly gone there is not just one that you'll be able to easily replace. I don't think so. We could check on UT source, but it's one that you would have to get off another 2FX board. So I would consider this not necessarily the best for repair. So yeah, we can have a look. I can do a search for it, but one of those chips, I'm pretty sure you would only be able to get off another 2FX board. So, but I'll have a closer look later. What am I looking for? I'm looking for fleur. Right, so what we're just going to do now is we're just going to look at this under a infrared camera just to see what's getting hot and what's not. And I will, of course, compare this with a working board. I won't necessarily do it in this live stream because I am running out of time, but I'm going to take a photo. Now I would still expect a fair bit of residual heat from my soldering, but what we can say is we've got some heat here. You can't see. We're getting some heat from the CPU, which is not surprising because we are getting a white screen. There's a fair bit of heat going on here on these PAL chips. And there's a fair bit of heat coming from this guy here as well. But once again, that means nothing unless we compare it to... I'm not getting anything from that. That's a SCSI chip, I think, so that's fine. That one there is one we'll talk about. That's the RBV. That has got some heat there, so I sort of feel like that is working. That one there, that's something. Oh, it just switches off every now and again. Okay, so... Okay, so we're going to switch that off. I am just going to do one last little thing before I finish the stream, and I'm going to just whip off both of these PAL chips and have a look underneath them. I won't even solder them back on. We'll do that another time. But I'm going to just take them off and look underneath them just so that we can say that we looked. Because whoever it is in the chat, I can't remember who it is. You have a green icon. Someone. Is it Jake? I think. I'm not sure. But anyhow, someone has been telling me to look at the PAL chips since I first started, and I feel like I owe it to that person to whip these PAL chips off and just have a look underneath. And then we will call it a day. We'll see if we can talk Steve into doing a stream. I think Mike wanted to stream too, didn't he? He's probably fallen asleep, but I got the impression that Mike was having a good old think about doing a live stream today. Well, there's one. Looks beautiful underneath. And 2 also looks beautiful underneath. So, you know, we'll clean up and everything, that's all fine, but I honestly don't think that's where the problem is. Though we will, as I say, just clean up around here, make sure that everything is going where it needs to be going. Flux. Yes, anyone can download that app for the heat camera, but it doesn't work without the heat camera. It's called Fleur 1, and so, you know, you launch it, the first thing it does is it just shows you to plug in the camera. If you don't have the camera, it won't do anything. So, and it has had a recent update, and it is nowhere near as clunky as it used to be. I mean, the original version of the software was so buggy. So, I'm going to clean these up. I am then going to take a photo of my working board with the heat camera and just compare the two and see if there's anything when I compare the two that might give some indication as to what the problem is. In all truth, I feel like the problem we are encountering is still just related to a broken trace somewhere. There's way too much corrosion on this board. You know, sorry, let me put it another way. There is so much corrosion on this board that it's very likely that the cause is a damaged trace somewhere that we just haven't found. The worst one I found so far was the one up near that RBV chip early on. And even though that corrosion was not breaking the trace, it was bad. And if there is the chance, if there was the chance for that to be on the board, there is the chance for there to be another one like that somewhere else on the board. We just got to find it. We just got to look for clues. And I may end up getting the scope and the multimeter out and start bipping all over the board, seeing if I can find other problems. My favourite part. I've been also working on a game video stream. Well, not stream. It's going to be pre-recorded. That I'm going to be bringing out soon. It won't be for everyone. It won't be everyone's cup of tea. I'm not even saying that anyone from this channel would be potentially watching it, but it is basically me doing a walkthrough of an adventure style game, a Myst style game. It's not Myst, but it's a Myst style game, and I'm basically just going to be doing a walkthrough of it and providing a little bit of commentary along the way. So that's something that I will probably release. I'll either do it, I might do it as a multi-part, because it's quite a long game to get through. But that's something that I've been working on. Getting that all ready. That's why I've had my blue and white G3 out. I'm going to put these back on, aren't I? I said I wasn't, but I am. I'm going to do it right now. Just going to tidy up some of these. When I remove PLCC chips, before I put them back on, I just like to make sure there aren't any little bits of solder sticking out from the bottom that might stop me from putting the chip down flush. So we just get all of those off. When is the walkthrough happening? I'm a big fan of retro adventure games. Well, as I say, I'm going to. I did a trial run the other day, so I basically sat through. I just didn't record it. And I basically just went through the game to see if it was all going to work technically, and it all did work technically. I couldn't actually record it because I had been drinking a bit of wine, and I suspect that if I had have recorded it, I would have ended up recording something that I thought was outrageously funny, but wasn't actually. So I thought I'd better wait and do it at a time properly when I'm a little bit on the more sober side. I wasn't drunk by any stretch, but I had had a little wine. And it is one of my favourite games of the era. I will tell you what the name of it is. It's not a secret. It's one called Zork Nemesis. It is the 11th game in the Zork series. And I bought it right after buying a computer. So I got myself a Power Tower Pro 225 megahertz computer. Brand new, brand spanking new. And it opened up an opportunity to play a lot of games that I would never have been able to play before because my old computer was way too slow. And so one of the first things I did, I might have even been on the way home from picking up the computer, and I stopped in at a computer store, just a generic one, not a special Mac one, but it was just a generic computer store, just to see if they had any games. And they had a very, very, very small selection of Mac games, and I mean that most sincerely. But they had Zork Nemesis there, and I had a look at the box, and I thought, oh, this looks interesting. So I bought it, and I played that game and loved it. Loved it. What a fantastic game it is if you like that sort of game. Yeah, Bridgerton. Jeff Barnard, hello. You've been here all along. You're just saying hello to someone else. Or have I missed it? I don't know. So Dan, you have just arrived, hello. And Monkey Island series. Good morning from Norway. I see Alf Torp. Hello there. I do apologise to anyone who is just joining now that I will be finishing very, very soon. And for that, I do apologise. But I do have to stop at a certain point. And I have been going now for like 3.5 hours. And I really thought this one would be a short one today. I said to my wife 2 to 3 hours. Working SCSI drive, how about that? I generally always say to people, and of course you know this, Adam, I don't need to tell this to you, but I generally say to anyone who has a working SCSI hard drive that make sure you have a plan in place for when it's not working. Because every SCSI hard drive that is around now is living on borrowed time. That is not in a good position. Let's try that again. This is why I do attack. Because, not attack. This is why I do a tack. Because I sometimes just completely bodge the position of the champ. Like that time. Wooga. I'm glad the chicken shut up. Whatever was upsetting her before, it's not upsetting her now. She's gone all quiet. Need some more flux here. here, here, here. All right, let's just check and make sure we haven't accidentally created any bridges. And then this will be the last power on for the day. And then I shall say goodbye. I shall get myself some lunch. I shall go eat. I'll go do some shopping. Prepare for making a yummy dinner tonight. That's lousy. Flux. Looks good. Looks good. Oh, there's a bridge. Look at that. Brace the bridge. It's a Brancus bridge, that is. Best kind of bridge. Right. Just having a good old look on the back of this. That's one thing I often forget to do. Check the back, make sure nothing's been knocked off. Okay. All right, so this is the last test before we call it a day. A little bit of power. Power. And a slightly better camera view. More appropriate camera view. And ready to switch it on. 3, 2, 1. We really do get the... Ooh. It's different. It's different. What did I do? The thing that's interesting about it is it's changing. Okay. There is something I'd like to try. Well, first thing I'm going to do is just got to check and make sure that I had a lot of trouble with those little PLCC chips, the PAL chips, and so I just want to make sure that there isn't another little bridge there somewhere. I might clean some of that flux out too. There's rather a lot on it at the moment. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly clean off some of that flux, and then I'm actually going to try something just so wacky. Plug in a blue SCSI and see what happens. You know, that's my very, very first thought that came to mind. Bloody blue SCSI's upstairs. Which means I'll have to go up and get it. But I'm going to do the next best thing. I'm going to connect the speaker to it and see if it chimes. Speaker. Yeah, I do, but I'm not going to build one. I don't have them assembled. I've got a whole pile of the bits over there and over here, but I'm not actually going to put one together. I essentially have two that I use myself of the DB25 external ones, as well as the SCSI 2SD external. Oh. Ooh. Dun, dun, dun. Bum, ba, ba, bum, ba, ba, bum, 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 ba, ba, bum, bum, bum. Bum, ba, ba, bum, ba, ba, bum, 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 ba, ba, bum, bum, bum. Bum, ba, ba, bum, ba, ba, bum, bum, ba, 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 ba. Bum, ba, ba, bum, bum, ba, 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 bum, da, 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 da. Better stop that before I get a copyright strike. I'm singing it way too close to the original. Okay, this is the very last thing I'm going to test. So I have here a PDS to new bus slot, and this also has the FPU on it, and then I've just got a good old-fashioned Ethernet card floating in there. So that's nice. That's nice. Okay, I'll put these screws here so I don't lose them. Okay, so let's see if we can just whip this little fella out. I hate taking out these power supplies because there's a buttony thing. You kind of, the way this is designed, the fan, you can't get the fan out without getting the power supply out, and you can't get the power supply out without getting the fan out. There we go. There we go. Power supply out. Power. Fan. So I'm just going to put the board in the chassis to test the sound. Because even though I could theoretically wire up a speaker to the little pads on the bottom, I don't know which one is which. And it will be quicker for me to swap it out than for me to find out which one is which. Alright, I've plugged in. Let's connect these to the speakers. Switch it on. We ready? No chime. Okay. So we're still not there. Still not getting a chime. Oh, I've scratched my hand. Look at that. Look at that. Scratch my hand. Okay, so we're not getting a chime. That's established. We are getting a wonky video signal at the moment. Let's just have another look at that. Oh no, we're back to a white screen. Might have just been because of the gunk. That was probably just the gunk. Okay, so we are exactly where we were before. So that's a good place to end it. It's a good place to end it because I can say, hey, this whole live stream, we are in exactly the same place we were when we started. That always feels good, doesn't it? Right, okay, so just going to quickly go in, have a look here, see if there's anything important in the chat that I may have missed. Steve, are you about to start streaming at the end? Why no new bus card? Where? Why no new bus video card? Why no new bus video card? Because Ethernet is more important to me than the video. How about that? Is that a good answer? I've only got one slot there, so so we will. Does it have RAM? It has onboard RAM. So these little, I'll just change the view here, top view. These little chips here, you can see, boom, 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 boom. They're the RAM chips. Now, of course, one of those could be shot as well. I mean, I'll probably need to go in and resolder all them as well. That'll be one for another day. But, and the whole time Max Button is watching this, because this is 2SI, and he's thinking, what is the bill going to be? Don't worry, Max. Don't worry. I'll look after you. Okay, so that's where we've got to. We have at least ruled a few things out. There are still, you know, I have spent a lot of time looking at this board, and even today I ended up finding some traces that I had missed in previous inspections. So there could still be some traces on here. I need to get in here and just methodically work my way up and down the board, see if I can find any more. Potentially some bad traces underneath something. I'm going to compare those infrared images with infrared images taken from a working board, see if I can find any difference there that might lead me in the direction. We have, as I say, ruled out a few things in terms of what the problem could be. So that's something. And I'll just have to keep at it and we'll get this thing sorted out. Right, just checking, okay. All right, well, look, thanks everyone. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the live streams. Thank you for keeping me company and all the chat activity. I really appreciate it. Have a good rest of night, day, whatever it happens to be in your part of the world. And I will be, I will see you at the next live stream, which will hopefully not be too far away. So until next time, I say, thank you and goodbye.